I love coffee, I love tea, I love the jabba jive and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabba and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
Yeah. What's her?
And
Psy. Oh, why am I blanking? Because they all have Psy in their name. The one who usually runs it, she apparently has some health issues and frequently can't do the show because of them. Lots of migraines and stuff.
yeah, JC. Yeah. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, we are here. Yes, this is Coffee with Lavender. Yes, I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion. And yes, with me, we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Bionic Dance, Kate Farr. Hello, dear. How are you?
I guess I'm okay. There's some sort of marathon going on outside, and it wouldn't be so bad if they had started the techno music at 7 instead of 6 a.m., but they managed to wake me up, so I'm a little bit grouchy. Um,
Oh, so
I
tell
can't
me something
freaking
new.
6 a.m. I know a lot of people are all, oh, you're old if you say you kids turn down your damn music. But I'm sorry if you're waking me up, like actually waking me. I don't mind hearing the music now when I'm awake. It was the waking me up part I objected to.
Okay, then. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
crack of dawn is a little early.
yeah,
I'm
there
not
you
sure the sun
go.
was even up yet when that shit started. Like, I
Oh,
mean, okay, if you
jeez.
want to blast loud ass music after midnight, like you had a party and it went to 3 a.m., I'm more okay with it than if it's 6 a.m. and I'm sound asleep and you wake my ass up.
Mm. And that other voice that we have over here is become a fixture by now is the one, the only Mage Grey Wolf. Hello, dear. How is
Hello.
you is?
I'm doing okay, I guess.
Oh, yay. This
Been
is
out in
a
my
good
garden
thing.
today.
Say again?
Just been out in my garden today.
Oh, my. Tending to your plants, huh?
Yep.
Like Robert Anton Wilson wrote in the Principia Discordia, plant your seeds.
I was gonna break out the scythe and do some lawn work, but it was all wet.
Oh man, I'm looking for an entrenching tool and I can't find one anywhere. I want a small shovel so I can actually get those plant basket poles in the ground. It
Oh,
it
okay.
turns out that the earth around here is packed tighter than the oiled ground that you get in a auto junkyard.
So you might need a pickaxe instead of a shovel.
Yeah, pretty close, pretty close. And then, oh, by the way, this little furry face over here is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Sylvia.
Mm. My lap has been be-kittied as well. I've got the Xander here.
Oh my. Hello, Xander Kitty. Hello, there you are. Look at that. Look at that. It's just a kitty. Yes.
And Kate Tits. And
Yeah,
Kitty.
there you go. Yummy and tasty.
Mm. Speaking of Kate Tits, if any of you are in Seattle on the 18th of this month, I will be doing the Fremont Solstice Parade again.
Bring your cameras.
Yeah. Oh, like they don't already.
No, my.
For those who don't know, the Fremont Solstice Parade is a parade in Seattle in the district called Fremont that is meant to celebrate, wait for it, the solstice, and it is traditionally begun by being crashed by several hundred naked, body-painted people on bicycles, or in my case, rollerblades. Haven't quite decided on this year's theme design yet, but we'll see.
And by the way, peoples, it doesn't take much to find historical photographs of the Cape.
That's true. So, okay, here's a question for anyone who happens to be British in the audience. I've heard the term before, wedding tackle. Now, does that apply solely to male genitalia, or is wedding tackle female as well? I only ask because tackle sort of implies something vaguely Pole-esque, and I don't mean Polish.
Right.
And I don't like that I have to say that, because I know you, Diana. You try to make a Polish joke if I said Pole-esque, let alone if I said Polish.
Oh,
I shouldn't have to run interference preemptively for that kind of crap. You know I shouldn't.
Were I to have been produced by the people who raised me, I would say that I am a Polish joke.
Yeah. I don't know. I just shouldn't have to hopscotch over ham-fisted childish humor like that. That's all I'm saying.
Moo.
That and I'm out of Red Bull.
Oh, no, that's horrible. No, we can't have that. That should be a national emergency.
It should. Actually, one thing that was a little disappointing, I got the Patreon money from the Quinn Redshift trailer, and it's half of what I used to get. I need to build my fan base back up.
Well, at least it's that much. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, but still, I need more. I got to start putting videos out again. Like seriously, this is a pay the bills matter at this point.
Yeah.
So I have an episode of Head Meats in the works. I've been sort of dragging my heels because it's been a weird couple of days, but before long it should be ready, and then I'll work on Quinn again. It's just I really do need to pay the bills at this point.
Well, that's a pretty good idea, because that way you keep people from bothering you.
What?
Well, when you don't pay the bills, people don't like it, and they start sending you notes and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the viewers. I thought that's who you meant about bothering me, but okay.
Well, you keep the viewers happy in order to keep you happy.
Yeah, well, just saying, it's not who I thought you meant.
You know what I need to do, though? I need to go over to the closet here and get some stuff. Oh, two.
I'm tempted to, but there's some kitty treats that are way out of reach, and I want to feed some to Xander, but to get to them, I'd have to stand up. And that would dislodge Xander.
Well, you could super glue him to your lap, and then you could stand up and he would be glued to your lap, and you could walk over and get the stuff, right?
That might be true if I had super glue that was within arm's reach, but I also don't have that.
You don't have anything, do you?
Not within arm's reach, I don't.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay,
Maybe,
it's supposed to be empty.
Let me see here.
What do we
Yes, there. Gotcha.
What do we have?
You know what I used to get my hands on the kitty treats was that paddle I use in my videos sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that amuses me.
What do we have with us today? We have Skitscrasher. Hello, dear. Greg Hartwick. Honey, how are you?
Here, have a kitty treat. Hey, Columbia, you want a kitty treat too, don't you?
Native Atheist is here. Shadow Kitty's here.
Really, that was Columbia's kitty treat, you little greedy brat.
I was just trying to find this gardening tool that would have helped you, but unfortunately it looks like the company went out of business.
Who, what, where, when?
Xander, you've already had 2 kitty treats. Stop being such a greedy little brat.
It's a tool called the prong. Unfortunately, it looks like the company went
Oh,
out of
I think I
business.
remember. Do you stick it in the ground and twist it?
Not exactly. It's sort of like a shovel thing, except it's got like a crowbar end.
Okay.
Why is it called a crowbar anyway? Does it have anything to do with, crows, or is it just like that's what they called it? Kind of the way a titmouse just isn't a tit or a mouse.
Not sure what the etymology of that.
You know what I'm doing, right?
Yeah. Xander, what are you doing? There is not a kitty treat there.
Identifies the first component of the word the crowbar with the bird named crow, perhaps due to the crowbar resemblance to the feet or beak of a crow.
Okay.
Oh, that's just lame.
Yeah. Boy, it's rather old. Circa 1400. Jeez.
Mm. Yeah, well, back then those people talked kind of funny.
Moo. Well, today I talk kind of funny.
Yeah, but I mean, like, back then there were some of the craziest euphemisms for things compared to now. I mean, you have to admit we're a lot more liberal with our speech these days.
Yeah. Ooh, this is not good.
I think it's great that we're more open with our speech these days.
No, I'm running out of one of my blood pressure medications. So
Wow.
That's not good.
tomorrow I have to go getting stuff. Better have
For
it.
some reason, I always seem to start running out of meds right before a trip. Like, I'm looking at the brain meds and I'm like, there's no refills left, and I'm almost out, and I have to go away for a week. What fuck am I gonna do?
Yeah, huh?
It'd be nice if the no refills left was like printed in red or something, so it caught the eye.
Yeah,
That would be
yeah.
helpful.
Oh my.
Sanders giving me this pleading look like he wants more of those kitty treats. You should see how he gets when those things come out to play. He gets so greedy. I'm like, you should see the look on it. It's almost manic, the look on his face. Like he wants those kitty treats so freaking bad. It's kitty crack.
Okay, so wait a minute. What do we have here? Okay, these. I guess I can close these because there's nothing else that early.
Hi, buddy. How are ya? How are ya? No, there's no kitty treats here. Oh.
Oh, yeah, got this stuff.
It would be so easy to Pavlov this little guy the way he reacts to kitty treats.
Well, haven't you already?
What was that?
Haven't you already with the crinkle crinkle?
Well, not intentionally. I mean, the crinkle crinkle, he associates that with kitty treats, but like using a kitty treat to instill certain behaviors intentionally would be a bit more Pavloving than just crinkle crinkle.
Okay.
And yes, I'm using Pavlov as a verb.
Mm-hmm. It's acceptable as long as the context is clear.
Yeah.
Oh my. One more reminder to everybody out in Lavender Ladyland, don't get old. It ain't worth it.
Well,
What I don't get is why do they sell these weeding tools with the 2 prongs at the end? It actually works a lot better if you only have one point.
Sister. Oh my gosh. Hey, buddy. Hey. Go get the kitty treat. Xander, Come on, buddy. Go get the kitty treat.
Sounds like you're dealing with a dog.
Oh, they're almost fighting over one of them. I should turn on the camera and show you what he looks like. Because he is just like, it almost looks like he's panicking.
Oh, no.
Like, here, Sandy. Here, you want the treat? You want the treat? Hey, buddy. There you go. Hmm? 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 All right, here, Columbia. It's your turn. You have two. There you go, baby. There you go.
You're always in the evening.
Oh, aren't you a good little kitty? Yes, you are. And boy, oh boy, is my hair a mess.
Just imagine how it'd be in Florida with all the humidity.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just didn't tend to it this morning. I didn't feel like it. I just put it in a ponytail when I went out. I didn't fucking care.
Oh, my.
See, and it's like quite some time since I put the kitty treat bag away, and Xander's still looking around he almost looks like someone who's worried that he's about to be attacked. Like that's the way he's moving around, like he's paranoid. But you can tell what it is. He's just looking for the treats. He really wants more treats. He's sure there's treats around, especially since my hands smell like them, but he can't find them, and it seems to be sending him into, if not a panic, at least some sort of anxiety. And I may be misreading the cues, because his tail is in that question mark shape that says he's happy, but I don't know. He's acting like a junkie who needs his fix.
Call PETA.
People eating tasty animals? Why?
I like that.
What, you've never heard that before?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, wow. That is like one of the oldest PETA jokes there is.
Okay. I was doing a little bit of that yesterday. I actually grilled a steak. Well, not yesterday. I had the leftovers yesterday. 2 days ago, I grilled a steak. Yummy.
That organization are such hypocrites.
Mm-hmm. They are domestic terrorists.
They end up euthanizing more animals they take in than they do adopting out. At a higher rate than even the kill shelters.
Oh wow, they admit to euthanizing?
It's public records.
They're doing it in Asia, are they, with young people?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what I thought they were talking about when I first heard that term when I was a kid. And I'm thinking, what's with the kids in, Vietnam or whatever.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Old joke, really old joke. But I guess it still works, huh? Like, okay, here's a question.
Yes,
Not
dear.
one that can be answered, I'm sure, but how old does a joke have to be? Like, people go, oh, that's such an old joke. What if everyone stopped saying it? How long of an interval between not saying it anymore and starting to say it again, needs to be before it feels fresh or retro or not stale and boring anymore?
Oh wow. Well, if the joke is in let's see, early modern English, I guess maybe never.
Okay, let's assume that language isn't an issue. It's just a matter of whether or not it's still funny. The content, not the language.
Okay.
Just take, how many fill in the blanks does it take to change a light bulb? And everyone goes, okay, I've heard that one a million times. I've been hearing it for decades. Let's never say it again. And then a century goes by, someone finds it in a book and says it. And is it funny again anymore? Or are there going to be enough people around to go, yeah, that shit was really old even when I was a kid? How much of an interval do you have to leave before something that wasn't funny anymore becomes funny again? Or even can you? I don't know.
I don't know. because a lot of it depends on context too. That light bulb joke that you mentioned, will it ever be funny again now that, I mean, light bulbs are on their way out, basically, right?
Not
No,
really.
no. They're changing a great deal. I mean, a lot of light bulbs are LED now, but they're not going away at all.
Okay, so the shape is still there.
Well, it's not. It no, 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 no. When I say light bulbs are still there, I don't mean that specific shape. I mean things that are roughly the same size and perform the same function. Like I have a light bulb here, and we're calling it a light bulb, regardless of whether it's an actual bulb shape. That looks more like a coiled spring. Okay, light bulb is one of those terms where if you try to get pedantic with it, you're going to miss the point.
All my LED light bulbs are bulb shaped.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh my.
But I mean, like right now, I've got this.
Oh yeah, that's CFL or whatever that is.
But you
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what?
yeah.
That's still a light bulb, even if it's not bulb shaped, because it's kind of the way, we call them band-aids even when they're not made by the brand.
Yeah, that sort of thing. The way, what do they call that?
Genericizing.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
The
Yeah.
term has been genericized.
Oh my.
I mean, honestly, if a person tries to navigate this world completely pedantically and literally, they will get in so much trouble.
Oh, speaking of which, I was watching a video from Dapper Dino, who he did something for Pride Month. It went over a lot of interesting things about like the origin and etymology of gender.
Oh.
Okay.
You know, the use of they, them, and all that.
Okay.
Okay, I have had people get angry with me for saying it would be a lot easier if we had a plural they, them, or a singular they, them, if we had the distinction. It would hopscotch over so many bad arguments about why we shouldn't use certain pronouns if we had singular and plural. And when I say that, people will go, like a lot of people, including people who are on my side, in fact, mostly the people who are on my side will go, oh my gosh, you're such a fucking bigot. Why can't you just use they, them? And I'm like, I said I would use it. I will respect that pronoun. What I'm saying is it would be easier on everybody if it weren't an issue. If we had the singular and the plural, it would take the whole problem away. But for some reason, saying we ought to have them because it would be easier is anti-trans bigotry somehow. And I'm like, no, it would just be a lot more convenient because it would take an arrow out of the quiver of the haters, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
But
sure would.
apparently, suggesting things would be easier if they were different is apparently bigotry now. Fucking seriously, I'm sick and tired of the people who are looking to be offended. Because I'm sorry, there are people who are doing that, who are looking for something to get angry about. I mean, we say 95% of conservatism these days is making shit up and then getting really angry about it. Well, I'm sorry, but the left does it too. There's a number of people out there who are like, oh, we can't use plaid in the school colors because there was once this atrocity 500 years ago in Scotland and plaid represents blah, blah, blah. And it's like, really, dude? Because I think you're the only one who gives a damn about that. About some historical significance of plaid with regard to school colors. It just seems like people are trying to get pissed off these days.
Also, the people who get pissed off like that are just giving the right ammunition.
Yeah.
I mean, and I've encountered so many times the attitude of, well, fuck them if they're not gonna if we've come up with this, that, or the other thing, and these people are, there's just a lot of purity checks. There's a lot of gatekeeping on whether or not someone is even allowed to be considered a decent person. And I'm like, there are folks out there who realize they're in the wrong and are struggling with it and trying. and they're trying to be better people. And if you start putting a bunch of blocks in their way or scaring them off, isn't that working against yourself? But I've had a lot of people say, well, we're not here to coddle anyone. I'm like, if you treat these people like they have the only people who will take them are the bigots, that the only people who will give them a safe place, a way to belong, is the bigots, that's where they're going to go. If you tell them, no, sorry, you're too far gone, and you can't be part of tolerant society again, then you're just keeping people bigots. You're not allowing for the change we need.
Yeah.
But I see that attitude constantly out of the left, and I'm like, this is why I'm not a Democrat anymore.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm really not much of anything. I mean, I haven't changed my registration or anything, and but
well, I put that video I was talking about in the video in this YouTube chat.
And the native atheist says Latinx is now a thing. Do I understand it? Not really. Yeah,
Okay,
what the hell is...
Wait. I got a rant on that one.
Oh,
Latinx.
yeah. Well,
number one, Latinx is supposed to be a genderless version of Latino and Latina.
Well, isn't that Latin?
And it doesn't matter. No, because Latino, just trust me. Latinx was what they were trying to do because they were trying to make it still sound like it's Spanish. Right? Well, whatever. The point is that they did a poll, and some crazy low number of Hispanic people had even heard the term at all.
Right.
And of those, a crazy low even bothered to use it. And of the people polled, the vast majority of them thought it was fucking stupid. So
Right.
what it comes down to is things like Latinx and forced diversity and stuff are actually like white lefties trying to do what they think is right for people who are never asked for it and don't want it.
That's where I was headed.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's all the black facing of superheroes when there are so many black superheroes out there, and every well, not every, but the vast majority of black people I've spoken to on this issue say that they want a character who was black from moment one, not blackface Superman, not blackface Han Solo. They want like Lando Calrissian because he was black from the start, and who can fucking blame him?
Or like Sunman and He-Man.
Sorry, say that again.
Sunman.
I don't remember Sunman.
He was created specifically as a black character for it, and then he was later rolled into to be official.
Oh, well, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he was black from the start, but it was forced on people by social pressure, I guess I'm okay with it. I mean, as long as the character was treated with respect and wasn't race flipped, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, like, create a black character who was black from the start? Great. Perfect. That's how storytelling ought to be.
Oh, I just don't know. It's this age of overcompensation now.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I mean, that's the thing. It's like I agree with all of the overcompensation, but just less of it. Like same energy, but just...
Well, the thing I get with the overcompensation is that feels fake too. It doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel... What's the word I'm looking for? Sincere.
Organic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I see a lot of like white guilt out of my friends. I see a lot of them saying like apologizing for being white and for half of them male, which are things they can't help about themselves. I mean, that is the thing about bigotry, and specifically fascist bigotry, is that it's always about essential traits. The people who are in the out group and the in group, it's always based on something about yourself you can't change. And that is where I start to have problems with a lot of this stuff, even stuff on the left, where it just seems to be that the stuff you can't change about yourself is the stuff that matters the most.
I mean, what I would really like to see, and I'd really like to practice, but I don't interact with enough people to practice very much, why don't we ask? What would you like? And we can start there.
I'd rather just be told.
And like I was
Okay.
saying, it also gives the right ammo, because they'll look at those examples of that behavior and just apply it to everybody on the left.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And even if they don't apply it to everybody on the left, they'll just assume that that's the mindset regardless. Like they may not see every lefty as that kind of crazy activist, but they think that deep in our hearts we probably all want to be.
That's possible.
At least that's the attitude I seem to see a lot. I don't know. It's so frustrating dealing with both sides when you think they're both being idiots in different ways.
Bingo.
I don't know. I hate being so politically homeless in this country. I actually had to argue with someone like there was this right winger, of course, online who was insisting that me, am like a card carrying Democrat and Joe Biden lover. And no matter how many times I would tell them Joe Biden isn't left enough for me, they would not drop it.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
they didn't even seem to understand the concept where I would say Joe Biden is not a lefty and he is not a Democrat. Like he may be a Democrat by membership, but he's that in name only. He is governing like a conservative, and they would not like they couldn't seem to understand any system of thought other than that Joe Biden is the most extreme left end of the spectrum possible, and that is the most laughable thing ever.
Well, yeah, to your basic Republican or right winger or whatever, a centrist is radical left. I'm a
Which
true
is so
centrist.
weird. Which is so weird to me. I mean, I'm like, okay, what, like, did you see horns on Bernie Sanders' head then?
Maybe. I mean, you can hallucinate your fears.
I'm just saying, is like, if Joe Biden is the radical left to these idiots, I mean, like, and it didn't matter how much I would try to explain to them. Look, if I want any kind of socialism, it's Scandinavian socialism. Of course, they won't hear that part of it.
Right, right, right. All they hear is socialism, and it amazes me that the fear of that word is there because I would by now have thought we were a little bit beyond the Cold War mentality, but I guess we're not.
Well, let's face it, these are the people who like to. I mean, they don't even know what it means. Honestly, these are people who just like to use scare words. I mean, you say socialism, and they get a mental image. It's kind of like if you say, I don't know, fascist or Nazi or something, they get mental images of Nazi Germany. You say socialist, they get mental images of the USSR and all of that stuff. But it doesn't matter whether it's real or not. It's just a convenient boogeyman. It's kind of the way, like saying gay or homosexual or queer, to them immediately they think pedophile. Regardless of whether anyone has any attraction to any children whatsoever, to them, anything other than cis, het, straight, white, whatever is pedophilia. And I don't think they even know what the word pedophilia means at this point. To them, it's just something you say to scare the fuck out of your followers.
I want to find the person who originated that association and do unspeakable things to that person. Because yeah, it's the whole association with the kitty diddling and everything is a very hurtful thing on a broad span, if you will, and it certainly doesn't apply.
I'd still like a definition of what they mean by groomer.
Oh, I know exactly what they mean by that, but basically what they think, they believe, and this has been said for like decades, that there are people out there like Nambla who are trying to make kids gay, who are trying to recruit them into some sex den with kids in it or something. And I mean, or to make kids trans. Transition is really cool. You want to, you do like somehow that's something someone should want to do
Oh
rather than
God!
something.
Let me assure
And
you.
it's just so fucked up. That's why I actually made a meme. Had to prayer in school is Christian grooming. Change my mind.
Yeah, I saw that, and that's actually applicable. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what grooming is recruiting people to be in your little whatever it is.
Yeah,
Uh,
normalizing it
and
to them.
and
Yeah.
and the thing is that the hell of it is that ask anybody who actually is queer whether or not it was a choice, whether or not someone could have converted them. And they'll tell you, no, of course not. No one converted me. So why would I convert someone else? Why would I want to groom someone else who's not actually queer when I genuinely believe that that's not something you can change about yourself? That
Yeah.
would just be like pointless to try to groom somebody to be queer. It's the stupidest thing in the world.
And ask if it's if any of us consider it advantageous to be queer. Um,
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. I definitely find it advantageous to not have anything to do with dick.
well, in the sense, yeah, that you're like that, so you stay away from dick and everything. Yeah, but I mean, um, is it any is it any better to be lesbian than it is to be straight or to be ace or anything like that? And
Yes, it is. By
uh,
far. I mean, I'm sorry that there's something like being able to tell a guy, sorry, you're too male for my tastes is actually kind of fun. But also like I don't know, there's so much bullshit I hear about with regard to straight dating that sounds so miserable. And I mean like I don't know, but it seems like bathroom rape is less likely at a dyke bar.
yeah, I'll give you that definitely.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
there were definitely some pitfalls to being a lesbian, but I gotta tell you, it sounds so much better than being straight. Or rather, straight sounds so much worse. Just more
Okay.
fraught, more difficult. I mean, the biggest problem that lesbians have when it comes to dating, as near as I can tell, is either the second guessing yourself to the point where both of you are effectively dating, but neither of you has asked the other one out, or you get the other end of the spectrum where you get the second date U-Haul thing going on. So I mean, those are the biggest problems you really seem to get with like lesbian dating. Whereas with straight dating, there's, getting roofied or getting like, forced into sex by some dude and whatever, All that, it just seems like there's so many more dangerous pitfalls to straight relationships.
No, just fill out all the forms in triplicate.
There you are. I mean, I have heard one or two horror stories from the lesbian side of the coin, but you do have a point where you just don't encounter that very often.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't really know a whole hell of a lot about what it's like to be a gay fella. I've heard stories, but they're really hard to relate to because most of them seem to be so deeply, deeply sexual. Where in the lesbian community, it's a bit less so.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I don't know, maybe I got the wrong impression or something, but it always did impress me that the guys were totally obsessed with sex. And it kind of put me off a little bit about that sort of thing. I mean, when I was looking at it, I was definitely I knew I was not a gay man. I knew that, but I don't know where I'm going with this. Where am I going?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I'm definitely glad that my cousin and his husband are happy and they have this absolutely adorable little baby where they actually took Will's sperm and Adam's sister's egg, fertilize those and put them into a third person who
All
then just
right.
kid. She's like what 2 3 months old now, and she's absolutely adorable. Her name's Amaya. So I'm really glad those guys are happy and found each other.
All right.
But most of the gay guys I know talk about like random bathroom hookups with guys whose names they never know and never see again. And I'm like, I
Yeah.
could not do that. That just seems so. I don't know. I mean, not that that's 100% of all the gay guys I know, but it's so very many of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing that would get to me is I was not enamored of any of that sort of thing. And okay, maybe the prevalence of that is what sours a lot of the straight community on all of us who are not straight. It's a bad thing that it does that by extension, but
I mean,
I don't know.
even speaking though as as a lesbian, some of the more overtly sexual displays coming off of the queer excuse me, wow, coming up my word.
Don't die on us now.
The weed just went down the wrong pipe. Anyway, um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, some of the overt sexual displays coming out of the queer community do sometimes put me off a little bit.
You've spoken of that,
Um,
yes.
I mean, it does seem a little. I don't know. I mean, like I won't begrudge people their desire to, I don't know, prance around in the street in skin tight hoochie pants and nothing else, or maybe a rainbow flag or something. I mean, if that's what you want to do, fine, But I don't really like it very much. But I endure it kind of the way I endure someone else's music blasting out of their car. It's no big deal. But I can see how it might really put off other people. You know
I've
what I
run
mean?
I've run into people who think pride parades are just an excuse to have an orgy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I get that, especially when, like, say, the leather daddies go by. But
Yeah.
no one's actually fucking in the streets.
Well, I've seen things come close, but no, nobody's
Well,
actually
I mean,
doing
okay,
it.
dry humping maybe, but certainly not.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't know. Like I get why some people just look at the queer community and see an absolute freak show. It'd be nice if they didn't give a damn,
Yeah, it would
but
be.
I mean that's the real problem is they can't just mind their own business. I mean, I don't get the like people who love to dress up like cowboys and listen to country music, but as long as you do it over there, I don't mind.
Yeah.
And even then, if you do it like going by, I don't mind. I'm just not going to go to your cowboy bar. Don't invite me. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely. And I remember getting all less than pleased when my sister would do that sort of shit with the cowboy music and everything. But
Well, I mean, I feel the same way about rap and opera. So,
okay.
yeah, and classical music that's too chaotic. We've had that discussion before.
Oh my.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's orchestral music that doesn't trigger me, but a lot of the really like fast-paced flight of the bumblebee type stuff will really crank my anxiety.
Mm. How do you do with Bach?
I could not tell you like I don't remember which composer is which, frankly. Like, I know da 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 dun is Beethoven, and that's about it.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
but shit, I was gonna say something about orchestral music, and now I don't remember. Oh no, I remember. Also, improv jazz usually causes a shit ton of anxiety.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Jazz hands.
No, I could sit and listen to that stuff all day, and I have, as a matter of fact. Oh, it's been a
And
long time since I've been to a jazz festival. I miss it.
And maybe it's just me, but when people are doing improv jazz and then for some reason it turns into like Mary Had a Little Lamb or Pop Goes the Weasel out of nowhere, I'm like, why?
Oh man, I remember a jazz piece, yeah, where Pop Goes the Weasel actually did fit into the middle of it.
Well, I'm trying to remember. I think it was the theme song to Woody Allen's movie Sleeper, where I mean, he plays clarinet in all of his movies and all that stuff. Well, like I'm listening to it, and it's just pure ass chaos. And then all of a sudden, like a couple of bars of Yankee Doodle came out and then stopped. And I was
Yeah,
like,
huh?
where the hell did that come from? It seems like they do it because they got lost and needed to recenter themselves somehow or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was humming the theme to the Orville, and it started turning into new Star Wars, and it's kind of edging
Hmm.
into Superman a little bit too,
Yeah,
for some reason.
I can see how that might happen.
Minnow, you ask, am I supposed to be picking that off? If you're talking about the bandage I had on my left arm, yeah, that's been on since yesterday morning. I get one of those at the end of dialysis every time when they take the needles out.
So I really enjoyed the first episode of season 3 of the Orville.
Yeah,
That was
same
really
here.
fun. I mean, okay, granted, there were a couple of characters I wish I'd seen more of. Like, I wanted to see more of Bortus a little bit. I mean, granted, they did way too many Mocklin episodes previously, but Bortus had like 3 lines. Things like that. But it was still a really well told story.
Really heavy hitting subject to come out of the gate with.
Damn right. Oh my gosh. That was man, that was very interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm just looking over the list of episode titles. One's called A Tale of Two Topas. I'm looking forward to that one. I bet that's going to
Ooh.
be good.
That's going to be interesting. That's going to be very interesting. I
Wait a
was
minute.
wondering if there was going to be a slow burn there.
Is that Utopia and Metopia?
No, Topa is actually Bortus and Clyden's child. It's complicated, but basically the kid is involuntarily trans.
Well, I think we pretty much all are, but that's beside the
No,
point.
no, 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 no. Okay, let's a little context. The Mocklins are actually an all-male species, except every now and then a female is born out of nowhere. They're just not entirely sure why, and it's basic practice to rework this child to be male. And this is what happened to Topa, to Clyden and Bortus's child. She was surgically made a male as an infant.
Okay.
And so A Tale of Two Topas sounds like Topa's going to be like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Moo. Well, now you ask how I'm feeling. A little bit trepidatious here. Next week is one hell of a week coming up. I go on to a liquid diet tomorrow, and then Tuesday I start drinking a super powerful laxative, and then Wednesday I get an anal probe. Yay! Oh God, I can hardly wait.
Sounds like fun.
Oh yeah.
And is it just me, or is Clyden a complete and total butt munch?
Yeah, he is.
Who? What?
Bortus's mate, Clyden.
Okay.
Topa's other father. I'm actually not sure how they organize that. If they're both
Well,
fathers, or if there's a Mocklin term, I don't know.
Topa referred to him as Papa.
Actually, that's something I heard about Neil Patrick Harris and his kids with his husband. Apparently, he's Papa and the other fella's dad.
Hello, Brian. How
I
you
guess they're
doing,
using
hon?
something similar to that.
Yeah. Actually, it's kind of funny. I have 2 lesbian aunts, and their son actually that calls them mom and papa.
Oh, okay.
Like Donna is mom and Judith is papa, and I sort of see it. I mean, Judith is the more butch of the couple, but still.
All right
Yeah.
then.
But
She's
anyway,
not that butch.
Clyden is a bigoted ass.
Sorry, say that again?
Clyden is a bigoted ass.
Oh, well, yes, yes. Oh, Clyden is such a dick. Oh, I hate that guy so much. I really do. I don't know.
Oh.
Also,
boy.
I wonder, like, I know they filmed a lot of the Orville, like, a long time ago, and the pandemic had a lot to do with it, but how many more episodes do you think Yaphet will be in? And do you think they'll get someone to revoice him or kill off the character now that Norm Macdonald is dead?
I know they got all of his lines recorded already.
Okay. But they're still going to have to do something about that.
So unless they do like another season, they might have to do something with it.
They had better do another season. This show is awesome. And I know Seth MacFarlane said that he's open to it.
I hope they do another season too.
It is kind of sad, though, that The Orville has 3 seasons and Firefly has only 1.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they're both wonderful shows and I love them almost equally, but seriously, Firefly should have gone past season 1. It really should have.
I just have my fingers crossed that this long break didn't kill the show.
Oh, I don't think so. Everything I've been seeing on the forums, everyone's really enthusiastic. There are a few people who have expressed disappointment that they seem to have dropped any pretense at being a comedy, but I'm actually pretty okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that as well. Some of the comedy just didn't really seem to jive too well at times.
And I always got the impression that Seth MacFarlane, I mean, he tried to get a job on Star Trek and couldn't. And he was always a big old fan of Star Trek. There's actually a Star Trek fan film of him, like, circulating around when he was much, much younger. And so basically, he wanted to make Star Trek, and he thought no one would take him seriously because he's known for things like Family Guy and Ted and all of that. So so he decided to make a comedy Star Trek show, and then just eventually decided, you know what, it's just my own version of Star Trek. Because seriously,
Yeah.
right about the middle of season 1, the poop and fart jokes became much, 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 much less.
Yeah. Well, I also heard that was for legal reasons too.
Really? What do you mean?
Just for legal reasons, so he wouldn't get sued by
Oh,
people making
oh,
Star
oh.
Trek. So he added
Yeah.
in the humor and all that.
Well, I mean, the best part about the Orville, for me at least, is that it's kind of what I wanted from Trek all along.
Yeah.
I mean, because the characters are not idiots, assholes, or stuck up. I mean, okay, some of them are idiots, some of them are assholes, but they don't have that stick up their butt the way Trek characters do. And also, they have Star Wars style fighters, but their mission is still Trekian to go explore. I love the crap out of that. That is everything I wanted.
What did you think of that new jet fighter they added?
Oh, that was awesome. And of course, Gordon's my favorite character, a wise-ass pilot. Come on, those are always my favorite characters. He might as well be Wash from Firefly. They both have the same hair, even. But, that new fighter was badass. I loved that.
I look forward to seeing more of that.
Absolutely.
As far as I'm concerned, the Orville is the actual successor to Star Trek rather than what they're calling Star Trek right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. The first episode of Strange New Worlds wasn't bad exactly, but The Orville definitely does feel more like, say, Next Generation than current Trek does.
Or even in Deep Space Nine and Voyager.
Well, I like Voyager, so...
But yeah, I'm not saying that there's not anything wrong with them. In fact, I consider them good shows.
Well, Deep Space Nine's okay, I guess. I don't know. I find the Ferengi so annoying that it kind of taints the rest of the show.
Yeah, they never really bothered me.
It's their voice is great on my ears. The characters all seem like cartoonish stereotypes. They're just not interesting, and I don't know. After a while, I was like, oh, not another Ferengi episode. Oh, son of a bitch. Like the only one worth watching at all was Nog. The rest of them were just, there's no reason. I hate them all.
Interestingly, Roddenberry actually had intended for them to be very sexual and run around with big cod pieces on.
Wow. I don't know. Have you seen season 4 of Stranger Things yet?
Not yet.
Mm. Apparently, they've broken the season up into 2 parts, so volume 2 doesn't come out until the beginning of July, which is kind of annoying. But I have to say, this season feels like way too much build up, not enough payoff.
Hmm.
So hopefully, the final 2 episodes of this season will be worth it.
Stranger Things for me has always been more of a slow burn show.
Yeah, well, they've cranked the slow burn up to 11 or down to 1, whatever. It's much slower this time around. Although I will say, like, there were some scenes that took place in Russia where I was looking at some of the characters who were playing the Russians, and all of a sudden I realized one of them is totally the dude from The Big Bang Theory who was on the International Space Station with Wolowitz. I was like, why does this guy look so familiar to me? I looked him up. I was like, aha! You know.
Yeah, I had that moment with I can't remember with Borders or Clyde who played that character. He was a character on The Walking Dead, and he actually plays either Borders or Clyde, and I can't remember which one it was.
It's funny. I only barely know what those two look like out of makeup. I've sometimes wondered, like, okay, at least in the TNG iteration of Star Trek, Klingons tend to have fairly swarthy skin. And they're played by both black and white actors. And I sometimes wonder, like, do racial advocacy groups ever kind of get their panties in a twist over it? I mean, do they think it's good or bad? I don't know. Because like Trek races or species, aliens often are portrayed as monocultures. You know, it's if it's ever mentioned that there is one faction or another faction or whatever within an alien race, it's always because it's very important to the plot. It's rare you hear about, like, you know, oh yeah, over in this region of our home world they think X, Y, or Z, but here these are our morals, and then there's this other, you know, it's like so rare. You look at Vulcans until Tuvok; they were universally white people. You know, I'm wondering about this sort of thing. Is just how they handle that. And in fact, I've been thinking about how I will handle it when I expand Quinn Redshift beyond the animation into the realm of comics. Is trying to come up with alien species, alien races that aren't just a monoculture.
Okay, it was Clyden who played the guy on The Walking Dead, Tyrese, in The Walking Dead.
Okay.
Said look that up.
I mean, because it makes sense that species would be as diverse as humanity, but
Yeah,
it seems like sci-fi writers don't bother.
yeah, I mean, if they've covered their entire globe, you expect changes to skin tone for similar reasons.
Or if not skin tone, at least like, oh yeah, these guys have more spines because they live in a more dangerous part of the world, or something like that. You know, it doesn't have to be melanin content. There are so many differences that are possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know, the Sneetches in that Dr. Seuss book. You know, the star-bellied Sneetches and all the stars, and yeah. I don't know. Personally, I would like to have a star. But I like stars. They're cool. You know? Like, if it turned out that the ones with stars were the minority, I'd have a choice to make. Because I'd want to keep the star, damn it. I like the star.
You have a star tattoo?
Actually, I do have a star on me. It's part of the Roxette tattoo.
Oh.
And I suppose it's sort of a star on the Last Starfighter, like insignia thing as well. It's a bit stylized, but then again, all depictions of stars are stylized when you really think of it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Unless you have a nice photorealistic sun on you.
I'm sure someone actually does have that. or at least as realistic as you can get with a tattoo. We've all seen those pictures of bad tattoos, like that one guy who tries to get a tattoo of like his wife on their wedding day, and it just looks like this absolute horrific zombie-like face when it's on him. You know
Oh
what I'm
yeah.
talking about?
I don't know if I know that one.
Let me see if I can find it then. Oh, hey,
Hey,
back. How
Beck,
you
how you
doing?
doing?
Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
You finding him?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh shit, man. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And then there was that one dude who tried to get like Angelina Jolie on him or something. It came out just looking horrific. But like, you remember that one painting someone tried to restore and it ended up turning to mush? Well,
Oh,
that's
that one.
no,
Holy
no, no, no,
sh.
no, 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 no. Let me finish for crying out loud. That is the kind of awful smudgery that happened with this tattoo of Angelina Jolie.
Bato costana que perratia. Yeah,
I
no, that.
admire your enthusiasm when there's something you know, but sometimes I'm going somewhere with something.
Oh, but that tattoo you showed us, they had the in loving memory over it. What? Is she dead or something? What?
Sounds like it. Usually, I mean, you don't usually say in loving memory of a moment. It's usually of a person, so I imagine
Yeah.
she's probably dead. But still, that is not a fitting tribute. Like if it had been done well, it might have been. But oh my gosh, that looks like a zombie coming after you.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe the teeth should not have been put in individually. I think that's really the problem is that the making each individual tooth look like an individual tooth just sort of is what made the grin look so evil and diseased because it looked like there was too much black bracken covering the teeth the way a zombie might. You know what I
Another
mean?
one of a baby.
Yeah. And there are people who ask why I don't want a tattoo. There's one.
Gee.
Ah!
Well, I mean, like all of my tattoos are pretty stylized. There's nothing on me that's supposed to look realistic, and I think that's why I feel they've succeeded.
There's the pictures on the side there of what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah, it looks like someone took an ugly stick to the Gerber baby.
Yes, yes.
I mean, because there is a certain Gerbery look to that, but the Gerber baby manages to be cute.
Oh,
I don't know. It's funny. Like,
man.
you know how sometimes people's babies sort of look like a cross between Winston Churchill and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Uh, most of the people I know who are either having babies or their kids are having babies, they're becoming grandparents, whatever, have been having the most adorable babies ever. Oh my gosh, every new baby picture I've been seeing out of my friends lately, they've all been little cuties. So, yay. Good genetics, folks.
Are you getting the baby rabies? What here?
No, I'm just saying, it's like everybody I know is spawning these days, and they're all having cute kids. They're not having any, like, hideous little buckets of, oh my gosh, what happened here? Hell, I was walking down the street yesterday on my way to the dispensary. This couple goes by with a stroller. They had a really adorable kid, too. It's like, where'd all the ugly kids go? Not that I'm saying kids should be ugly or that kids necessarily are ugly, but let's face it, some of them are indeed on the homely side, and there seems to be fewer of them.
Oh my! Every time I see somebody with a baby, the first thought that comes into my head is, why?
I get it, I guess. I would not be able to handle the responsibility of having a child, but I kind of get wanting one. Kinda.
Even though
I
we're
don't
overpopulated,
know.
we still need to continue the species somehow.
Why do
Well,
we
I
have
mean,
to?
even just for me personally, though, I mean, I'm thinking like I can understand looking at a child who you've raised to adulthood and they're successful and thinking to yourself, look at what I managed to do. This was a long project and it came out well. I can imagine looking at grandchildren and thinking, man, there is more in this world of me than just me. There will be things of me that endure past my existence. I can imagine somebody thinking that that is a life priority. It's not one of my life priorities, but I can empathize with it. So I get it, even if it's not what I want.
Oh, we have an Uncle Buck in the chat.
Yes, we do.
Moo. I mean, seriously, Mage. My thought is, why do we have to continue the species? I mean, okay, so it won't be so comfortable for the last few, but other than that, it might be comfortable for everybody else in the
I don't
end.
think you can be comfortable when you're dead. You can't be anything when you're dead except compost.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
kind of looking
And I
forward to
like
that,
being
but
alive. It might actually be my very favorite thing. So I'd rather the species continued at least as long as I'm around. I would like it if the species continue. Hell, I would love to see space travel become widespread. I'd like to be around for that. I really would. So
We could do a lot of good if we just get out of our own way.
yeah, that would be nice. And you know what? When people start talking about like, oh, population numbers are declining, you know what? Sander, you know you're not allowed on the desk. I think maybe population numbers should decline just a smidge. You know, I mean, we are kind of overpopulating the place. A little moderation in population growth might actually be good for us.
well, there's my point.
No, you said continuing the species. You didn't say like anything about moderation. You just said should the species continue.
Well,
That's different. That's genocide.
no, it's not necessarily
Well, no, but you know what I'm
genocide.
saying.
Because I mean, I wouldn't complain very much if I knew that the population of Homo sapiens was tending towards zero in the near future. Um, but if it's not, I mean, we're tending toward maybe, oh, I don't know, a tenth of what it is now. I wouldn't complain about that either.
Well, I mean, and I've never been 100% certain how to pronounce this word. Diaspora, I don't fucking know. But, you know, if there was that mass exodus to space from Earth, thus reducing the Terran population, or if nothing else, creating pockets of smaller civilizations on other worlds, I'd be very okay with that too.
That'd be one way of dealing with it.
How is that word pronounced anyway? I'm looking it
I
up.
believe it's diaspora.
Well, you know, the number of times I have made assumptions about how something is pronuncified and been wrong.
Diaspora.
There we go. See, because when I see like a D-I-N-A combo, it could be Dia, it could be Dia, and I'm never sure which.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
I don't know. And you know what? There are times I think it would be handy if certain suffixes didn't change the way a word is spelled. Like, you know what? If it's A-B-L-E that you're sticking on the end of something that has an E on the end of it already, let's just keep the goddamn E. It would just make it so much easier to spell things. You know, because, like, it is actually sometimes a minefield whether or not you're supposed to change or remove a vowel when you add a suffix. Because it seems to change with the tide. It's capricious. It's not every word, and it's not regular.
Hmm.
I don't know.
That's language for you.
Yeah. I mean, I realize that if one were to streamline English, it would look ridiculous, but it would be convenient.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Shadow Kitty, I wish that humans predators were other humans, but most humans don't eat the other humans, so it's an even more capricious killing. Like, it doesn't even have a purpose. I mean, not that I'm advocating, cannibalism. I'm just saying that if people were killing each other for food rather than for fun or out of spite, I could actually understand it better. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Of course, the thing is that were we to practice the whole cannibalism thing in a general case, it might not last that long. That whole bit with the prions. What do they call that?
What are we talking, like Kuru here?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. That's the name
All
of
right.
the
Well,
disease.
I mean, sure. But my point though is that I like I could almost, I don't know. I'm just putting levels of I hate to use the word value on the motivations for killing, and I'm just saying that while I think people shouldn't go around killing each other, I'd be a lot more okay with it if it was because we were resourced rather than because we pissed each other off.
Yeah, I get it. I
That's all I'm
do.
saying.
Viruses will probably be our predators.
Sorry, say that again. What will?
Viruses.
Hmm. Well, I mean, here's a weird question. Like, because I've never really been 100% certain on the end goal of a virus. Is it to kill its host and then eat it? Or is it just to eat it? I mean, I'm not really sure why. I mean, if viruses are predators and not carrion eaters, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure
More
the
of a
life cycle of
reproduction
a
thing.
virus.
The way I
What?
understand viruses is they want the host around to use its cellular machinery in order to reproduce.
Yeah, it's more of a reproductive thing.
You'd think that there'd be more, if there's any, symbiotic viruses
I
rather than
believe there
ones
are.
that completely fuck.
Yeah.
Well, that's why. But I'm saying, like, with natural selection, you'd think there'd be a lot more of them.
Well, there, okay, is how you know that intelligent design is a bunch of bullshit. Because, yeah, an intelligent designer would, I would think, have designed that whole symbiosis thing from the start, but that's not where we are, is it?
Well, no, but I mean, we're not there at all. Even if we like examine what was before and go, well, we can see the obvious evolutionary progression. No, we're not even there at all, really. I mean, if there's symbiotic viruses, it seems like there's not nearly as many as the ones that want to kill you.
Well, in symbiotic viruses, they become part of the host. So they just
Yeah.
become part of the species normal as a natural part.
Well, it does it though necessarily. I mean, what if it is something you have to be infected with first?
Well, yeah, it is. The species is the animal is infected and it becomes part of that animal as it passes on, propagates throughout the species.
Isn't that the
But,
point of
but my
ERVs?
point is that it doesn't. Well, when you say it becomes part of the host, it sounds maybe to my sci-fi minded brain as like, oh, it merges with their DNA and becomes,
Yeah.
like now.
Yeah,
Does
isn't
it?
that
Yeah.
isn't that the point of ERVs?
Yeah, it's like retroviruses.
Right, but okay. I guess we're sort of a little bit talking past each other here because I'm talking about like you get the flu and somehow it's a benign version of the flu and you're both cooperating with each other.
Yep.
Okay. And that affects your genetics. How?
Because it's it's affecting the cells. So that bit of
What-
that bit of virus gets into the cell and you can pass it on if it's into the reproductive parts.
Hi, Lone Wanderer.
But
How
what
you
if
doing?
but what if it's not in the reproductive parts?
Usually doesn't
What if
get
what if
passed,
it's a rhinovirus?
it usually doesn't get passed on then.
Well, that's my point. I mean, because it sounded like we were talking universally, any of it gets passed on no matter what, that it becomes part of your genetics, and now we're saying no.
Oh no, it's not universal.
Okay, good. All right. Because what you were saying, if it was applied universally, it made no sense. So I'm glad that's not. Okay, thank you for helping me understand better.
Moo.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems to me there'd be more of those symbiotic viruses. But, oh well, whatevs.
Well, like I said, there's quite a few of them out there.
I know there's a lot of like little dust mitey things that go around on your skin all the time, eating the dead bits.
Oh yeah. If you if you've been around pets, as you probably have something in your pores, living on your face.
Hmm. Given how many times Xander tries to lick the bridge of my nose,
I don't know. What part of you does Xander not lick?
well, he's never gone after the butt crack, I'll say that much.
Okay, okay.
I have to admit, though, when he and sometimes Columbia go after my armpits, I'm a little bit like, you don't want to lick there. I mean, even if I'm clean, I've probably applied deodorant, and that can't be good for you. So, maybe don't lick my armpits, and that's aside from the part where it might tickle me.
Moo.
Lone Wanderer has the Rona.
Yes.
I
Bleh.
just told that.
Uh-oh.
Huh. I don't know. So far, at least as far as I know, I've managed to avoid being infected. It might be like, I wonder, can you get infected, but the vaccine is so freaking good that you don't even know what happened? Like, you didn't even have a tiny bit of symptoms?
I
I'm
suppose it's
assuming
possible.
so.
I mean, so maybe I've gotten infected with the Rona, but so far I have managed to avoid any kind of symptoms. So I think I haven't been.
Yeah, there was a
I'm
time
not sure.
there was a time last year I thought I might have had it, but I was showing some what could have been rare symptoms. So, but the test came back negative.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wonder, like, some scientists have been saying that at some point everyone's going to get it. It's that endemic now. It's going to be like the flu. You get it eventually. So far, I haven't. And if it really is only just a matter of time, I have to wonder when.
I imagine there might be a few here and there that manage to avoid it.
Hmm. I suppose it helps that I don't go out a lot these days. Ever since the pandemic hit, I've sort of become a bit more hermity.
Yeah.
But part of that is just because there's nothing to do in this town unless you have a car. So I tend to stay in a lot because there's nothing to fucking do.
And even if you do have a car, or the gas prices are arm, leg, and firstborn.
Uh huh. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to going to Vermont, even though it's smaller and some of the weather is more extreme. It's just gonna be more. I don't know. I know the Burlington area well enough that if I need something to do, I know where to find it.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Wow.
and
I'm
and it,
looking.
and it will be easy to get. Like my friend Brooke, who I've mentioned before, will be living like seriously 20-minute walk.
Oh well then.
Yeah, and apparently some friends of my parents, either their relatives or kids or something. There's going to be someone in the building I'm moving into that apparently has a connection to my parents somehow. So, I mean, unlike here in San Diego, it feels like I already have a built in network. I mean, my friend Autumn is a bit of a further drive away, but, she's still there. I mean, she's in Virgins instead of South Burlington, but still accessible, you know. Hell, for all I know, my friend Mike is still around, but I'm not sure. Not sure how much we're still friends anymore. We drifted apart pretty hard. I don't know.
Oh my! I'm looking at the numbers here, and I am impressed. We've got 11 people watching now. Hello, everybody, and everybody who hasn't been here very often or is new. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome aboard.
How
Well,
will be
I'm
this good to have 11 people?
I'm telling you, it's because it's more than just you and me.
Okay, okay.
I think I mean, don't crowd the chat, but I think the more guests we have, the more likely folks are to stay.
I'm not averse to that.
And I mean, let's face it, there are a lot of times where there's just dead air because you and I are out of shit to talk about.
Yeah, that too.
So, I mean, it's good to have some new blood in here, isn't it?
Oh my. Yeah, just as long as it stays in people.
Oh, it's supposed to be
What,
in
wait,
people.
polycythemia? What's the heck's polycythemia there, Ryan? Uh, I don't know.
Art thou looking it up, or?
Polycythemia. I'm just trying to suss it out from the structure of the word, and I don't think I can. I mean, I get poly, but
Oh, type of blood cancer.
Ooh.
so. Oh, by the way, I have actually found like for a long time I was not just not remembering the content of my dreams, but not even feeling like I dreamt at all. And ever since I switched to that open weave blanket where I'm not roasting myself to death, waking up bathed in my own sweat, I'm finding myself having more restful sleep, and I think I'm actually getting REM sleep. I think I'm starting to remember dreams again.
Moo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Doc Fearsome is here. Hello, dear. Hello, hello.
genetic thing. Geez. Yeah, like, I don't know if that aneurysm I had was genetic or just a birth defect or whatever. It was certainly congenital. And it's like those things that you have buried within you that'll kill you eventually or can surprise you. Those are the ones that scare me when it comes to medicine. It's like
Mm-hmm.
what's coming that I don't know is there, or what do I know is there and is making life so much worse.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder a little bit, my being an adopted child as well, how much of that stuff is going on. Were the kidneys a genetic thing, and are there more genetic things?
Yeah, okay. Given what you've described of your diet, the kidneys were not genetic. I mean,
Medicapasta.
for 8 pots of coffee a day for how many years? That'll do a number on your kidneys.
No.
Yeah, it's only recommended to have 3 cups a day at maximum.
Yeah, I barely have coffee at all these days. In fact, I think I'm out of coffee right now. Mind you, Red Bull probably isn't much better for you, but I only have one of those a day too.
Well, my coffee mug holds about a cup and a half. That's when I make it. So
Yeah, I want to get around to getting another can of coffee because I'm about out. Bleh.
Hmm. Honestly, I'm
Um,
surprised with that much coffee in your system. I'm surprised you never had a kidney stone, or did you?
no, I've never had one.
That's surprising because I'm told that like caffeine is one of the things that'll do it to you.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the kidneys decided to avoid having a kidney stone by dying.
Oh, poor cat. And $1,055? That's shitty.
I mean, there's the thing. I simply would not have that kind of money, and I feel kind of bad.
nope.
I do sometimes wonder if I'm doing Sylvia a disservice by being had by her. Would she do better? Well, of course she would do better with a different human, but
Well, I mean, aside from, having her fixed, what else is there?
Nope. New study supports coffee and caffeine can reduce kidney stone risk.
Oh,
oh, okay,
jeepers.
maybe
That's
that's
And
it.
from
why is it that every couple of years, everything you knew is wrong?
that's from
Yeah.
October 2021.
Well, Kate, what I'm thinking is for example, Ariel, Miranda's sister, ended
Mm-hmm.
up with chronic kidney disease, and Melody was able to handle the vet bills that came with that. It was not cheap, and she gave Ariel a few extra years, which, as far as I could tell, were reasonably comfortable.
Well, it seems like kidneys are one of the most common things to go on a cat.
Yeah, it seems that way. So we lost our Merlin. That was an acute kidney failure. It just they decided to go south, and then he was dead within a week.
That is kind of weird when that happens. Like there was this guy I knew from where was it? Was it the Art Institute? I forget exactly, but like he was diagnosed with cancer and was dead within like a month or two
That
of the
Okay.
happened to one of my
diagnosis.
aunts.
And like you never in a million years would have known that he had cancer when he was diagnosed. Like not to look at him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that,
You
that
know,
happened to
and it's weird how quick that can happen. Whereas you get those other people who linger for decades.
Yeah.
I do have wonder if that was a genetic problem on my aunt, considering she was adopted. She had this really rare and aggressive form of cancer, and she died like a month after being diagnosed.
Oh my. Oh, Minnow. I tried joining Facebook kidney groups when I was first told that my kidneys were on the way out. That was about I don't know what 3 or 4 years ago, and they were all too what's the word I'm looking for? You have to live a new normal, and it's like fuck you.
Well, don't you?
Kidney disease to me is never going to be normal.
Yeah, but still, if it let's put it this way: if your goal is to live as long as you can, don't you have to start changing things up? Like
There,
if you're just objecting to the word normal and not the message, then I object to your objection.
there, Kate, is the whole point. Those first few words there. Um, Even now, I still do not intend to suffer agony the rest of my life just to keep breathing. Yeah, I
Okay.
was stupid. I let you assholes bully me into going into hospital because you would not let me say goodbye properly. I was an idiot.
Well, this is awkward.
I sometimes wonder if it was, well, not sometimes, I always wonder if it was worth it to keep breathing. And the only reason I haven't quit breathing at this point is because I'm chicken.
I'm sure your cat would disagree.
Oh my. If I can if I can manage to get a kidney, it might be worth it to keep going.
Well, that is a possibility.
And I've been seeing some interesting stuff about these wacky bionic kidneys.
I need to talk to somebody about that. I really do, because that looks like something that might be worth trying.
I mean, I gather they cost like at least an arm and a leg, but still, I mean, they're new. Prices come down as things advance.
I believe the last time I looked, they were more expensive than a transplant, but there seemed to
But
be.
not as much of a crapshoot while you wait for someone to die.
Yeah, that's right where I was heading. Mm-hmm. Um, it would be something I'm interested in. It would be something I'd consider worth looking into. Um, I do wonder a little bit because I was looking up some stuff, and it appears that the bionic kidneys include some natural uh, kidney cells. I guess the cells that manufacture the various hormones that the kidneys produce and that control pressure and other things. So I wonder what they do to prevent um incompatibilities, or how it works that if they don't experience incompatibilities. I don't know. I mean,
Well, it wouldn't shock me to discover that they take like a sample from you to make whatever they put in there.
maybe there would be.
Or maybe it's just a blood type thing. I don't know, but I would imagine. I guess what I'm saying is they would almost certainly customize the system for each patient.
Mm,
Looks like the goal for the price of an artificial kidney is going to be around 30,000.
Well, that is so much less than I thought. Not
say
that
again,
it's
honey.
any good, but I was thinking more around 100 grand.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Or at
Well,
least that's,
probably more like be more or more like it. That's kind of the ideal number they're going for, though.
Well, I mean, I wonder what the difference is between that and the price to manufacture it. What's the markup? Because there are so many times where, like, you hear about something, oh, yeah, these cost 10 cents to make and we sell them for $20. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Sure.
So I have to wonder, is what is the markup? How much of that 30,000 is manufacturing and materials, and how much of it is just profit?
Right, and then of course they're going to want to amortize the R&D.
So wait, say that again.
They're going to want to amortize the R&D. In other words, spread the R&D cost,
Oh,
and then make it back over, the
I don't think
number of
I've ever
units.
heard the word amortize before.
Oh, well, I took an accounting course years ago. And Minnow, yeah, Purple did offer a kidney. They're not proceeding with any match testing until I'm cleared to be on the transplant list. And
Isn't it like you have to have a home caregiver person, right?
yep, and then that's what the anal probe on Wednesday is all about too.
Oh, expand on that, please. And I don't mean the butthole. Like what do you mean by that? That you're getting the colonoscopy so they can what match you with the right caregiver?
They're they want me to have a colonoscopy so they know that I don't have cancer of the asshole.
Okay, there's a disconnect somewhere because we went from talking about your possible caregiver that they need before they put you on the transplant list to suddenly cancer of the asshole. How do those two relate? Because
Those
you said that's what the colonoscopy is all about. Was the
right,
care?
and they relate because they are both required for me to get on the transplant list.
But they don't relate to each other directly. There's nothing about a colonoscopy and the caregiver that is actually related. They're just different check marks on a larger thing.
Right, right, right.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's just the way you expressed yourself. I saw too many possibilities, and
Yeah. No, there are a lot of check marks that you've got to tick off. I guess they want to be sure that when I get a kidney, I'm going to live long enough to make it worth it.
It does seem to me, though, that if someone is volunteering a kidney, that a lot of the gatekeeping should just go away.
You'd think.
You would think, but it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many things where I'm like, man, it would be so much better if it was different. And then people are like, well, it's not different. I'm like, yeah, but let me bitch. I want to bitch, okay? I need to complain. It'll make me feel better. Let me complain. And it's funny how like, complaining, sometimes people think you're asking for solutions when really what you need is catharsis.
Uh-huh.
I just need to hear someone that, like, someone needs to hear me bitch and then tell me, yeah, that does stink. That's all I need. Even if you don't think it stinks, I just need this to feel better.
Daju korostu. Yes. No,
Yeah.
and I do think that a lot of these check marks are because they can. It's a supply and
Probably.
demand thing. I mean, there are a lot of us who want a spare kidney, and there aren't very many of those around.
Well, and I'm sure that a lot of it is just also like legal ass covering.
That too.
It's we don't want you to sue us, and so we're going to do absolutely everything we can to make sure we're not liable.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of the gatekeeping is just, well, if we admit a patient who is likely to die and then they die, we open ourselves up to a whole lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not sure how much, like, I could not give you a proportion, but I'm sure that's a factor regardless. And not an insignificant one.
Okay. Yeah, about 15%.
Huh?
Oh, Minnow said, according to Kidney.org UK, rejection rate for kidney transplants is about 15 out of 100. So, 15%.
Well,
Which is
it could be
significant.
so much worse.
Say again?
It could be so much worse.
Well, still.
Well, let's put it this way. That hemorrhagic stroke I had that caused the seizures? The
Yeah.
survival rate of the stroke itself is pretty goddamn low.
Okay.
Like, it's around about 20-ish%. So, if someone gives you 85% odds of keeping the kidney, that's pretty goddamn good, I say.
Well, that's about 6 out of 7.
Still, roll those dice. It's better than 0 out of 0.
I don't know. I would feel kind of bad though if let's take a specific example. If Purple were to give me a kidney, and then I would find out a couple months later that it was in the process of being rejected,
Yeah.
I'd feel kind of bad.
Well, there's no reason to feel bad because honestly, not your fault. I mean, I can see thinking it's tragic. I can see, wishing that it hadn't been necessary because then, Purple would still have a kidney left, et cetera, et cetera. But I would have a hard time feeling bad about it, if you see what I mean. Like, there'd be a lot of disappointment. And there'd be a lot of, I'm sorry you went through all of that for nothing, but feeling bad about it, I don't know. Maybe it's just me making a distinction that isn't necessary. I don't know, but
Daju korostu.
I would think it stinks. I'm not sure I would feel guilty. Let's put it that way.
Well, I realize that, Purple's got the decision process going, but I would still feel bad were I to waste a kidney on her. One of those deals, she would give me a kidney and then it would just go south.
I guess maybe it's the ambiguity of the word bad that I'm getting hung up on.
I would
Because there's
feel,
so many different ways to feel bad.
I would feel disappointed.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. It's just like a lot of the time when people say I would feel bad, it's like I see too many people heaping guilt on themselves that's completely not their fault. So I was wondering if that's where you were headed.
Okay. I'd be tempted to head that way, yeah, and I would have to consciously go about saying no, there's no guilt involved. But yeah, I mean, it's not I'm going to beat myself up about it. It's just that I'd feel kind of disappointed that she wasted a perfectly good organ, you know?
Yeah. Well, still, I would roll those dice. I mean, the odds are by far in your favor.
Moo. Oh, my.
But then again, I'm not nearly as much of a doomsayer as you.
That's true. Yeah, that is absolutely true.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm setting myself up for disappointment, but I'd rather hope than not.
Well, yeah, I'm not a fan of hope. No.
On the other hand, I have been burned by hope so many times, I'm surprised I can keep doing it. I am getting a little cynical about some things. Like, I wasn't exactly kidding or just blowing off steam when I said I'm not sure I want to vote anymore. It never does any good. Everything I care about, the rest of the country is rejected, so what's the point?
Yeah, I feel that way many times. Yes.
You know, I mean, and trying to argue politics just loses me friends. It doesn't convince anybody of anything. What's the point? I mean, I don't feel like I'm making even the tiniest scrap of a difference. I don't see the country moving in the direction I want it to. I see it moving the other way. I know everyone says that's the time to vote more and more, and I'm like, for what though?
Yeah.
What am I voting for? Everyone else is voting against MAGA. No one's voting for policies. So what what is there? None of the candidates I care about win ever. You know, at a certain point, I have to start wondering, like, is it worth it? Will I ever get anywhere with any of this? Am I even paving the road for future victories? It doesn't feel like it. So why fucking do it?
Right,
You know,
absolutely.
Why go through that disappointment every single time? It just, I wanted to believe in the process. I really did, but the inmates are not just running but burning down the asylum in this country. So, I mean, honestly, I just feel like I wish I could find some tiny pocket of civilization and live there while the rest of the world fucks itself blind.
Yeah. I mean, I was starting to pin my hopes on Fetterman, and then he goes and has a heart attack. I'm sorry, a stroke. And even were nothing to have gone wrong, and even if he does win the election and makes it through, he's just one of 100. So, where do you get with odds like that?
Can't we have Trump be the one getting the serious heart attacks?
That would be
I'm a little
nice.
surprised that guy is as healthy as he is, given just, like, have you seen the gut on that man?
Yeah.
Probably isn't as healthy as he makes himself out to be.
Maybe, but even then, I'm surprised he can keep up the pretense. I mean, I look at him and I do not see a well man.
No, he's not. And I guess a lot of it now depends on the medical care he can get. So much better than we can get.
You know, I just had a really weird and honestly kind of gross thought.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I've been thinking for a while about how so many of these, like, ultra right wing conservatives are giving off to me a vibe of we are ugly. And I don't mean spiritually. I mean, all of them, for some reason, even if they're a little bit attractive, all of them have a kind of ugliness about them. Like just sort of a physical, visible, quantifiable ew about them. And I've been trying to figure out why. And I'm realizing that the reason why might actually be their own racism. That they're all just genetically, the same. Like they're effectively inbred, and that's why. I mean, like they're not inbred exactly, but their gene pool is pretty small, given that they are white nationalists, and they're probably pretty darn Aryan, most of them. This explains a lot of why I've been thinking they all kind of look the same.
I don't
That's
know.
a weird thought.
I don't know.
Kind
There's
of
a
like how
maybe there.
kind of like how evangelicals look like trustworthy people.
I
Evangelical.
I mean, yeah, that is so weird. Like, I can't imagine wanting to live in that kind of monoculture. I mean, I could almost see, like, all right, everyone in the world should fuck everyone else till we're all the same color to get rid of bigotry. But wanting to be so isolated from the rest of the world and based on such essential genetic traits, I cannot relate. I just can't.
Mm. I'm looking here at the side chat, and a few minutes ago, Brian Stevens said something very, very, very salient here. Said hope is just desire in disguise. And yeah, definite point there.
No, but I think it's also sometimes at least a weighing of probabilities. I mean, like there are times where I look at something and I go, nah, that's hopeless. No matter how much I want it, there's no way. Like, I play VR poker. I look at the hand I'm holding. I look at the flop. I'm like, yeah, I would have to be way too lucky to win this hand. Someone out there has a straight or a flush. Unless I can somehow squeak out four of a kind in the next two cards, there's no way I'm winning this shit. No matter how much I hope to win that gigantic ass pot in the middle. I mean, at that point, I realized it's hopeless and just okay, I'm done. But there are so many times where it's like, we could still pull this one out if we just get the right thing, whatever, if we're lucky enough, or if people organize it. That's the kind of hope I tend to have is that, and that's when I get disappointed more often than not. But
So
having the knowledge of when something's hopeless and it's time to give up on it, that really helps.
So the downside to making everybody you vote for mandatory is that they might just checkerboard the thing without even looking.
Well,
Yeah.
that's my point. I don't know if a slate full of that would be damaging or not.
I don't
Maybe it
think
would be
so. I mean,
better than what we.
I gather that that's what they do in Australia, that everyone's like mandated to vote, so they get a lot of write-ins for Mickey Mouse and Buzz Lightyear and shit,
Mm-hmm.
or Carmen Electra. I don't know, whoever the latest hot model is. It's just, it's one of those deals where like yeah, we don't want to fucking vote, so if you're gonna make us, we're gonna make a joke out of it, you know?
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, that's why we need to have our politicians actually try and earn the vote instead of fear monger and
Yeah.
act like they are granted it by fiat.
And the worst part though is that the voters think it too. Like seriously, the number of people who kept trying to tell me, well, Bernie didn't win the nomination, now you owe us your vote. And I'm like, but your candidate doesn't support the things I support. And they're like, yeah, but you owe us your vote because you're on the left and he's the only choice. And I'm like, well, too bad. I'm not voting for him because I don't believe in the guy, and I'm going to vote for someone I believe in. They're like, but what about Trump? And I'm like, what about Trump? I want a good candidate. I want a candidate who's going to enact the right policies. And that seemed to be alien to them. They didn't seem to understand someone who was not voting based on Trump fear.
Yeah, I don't
Like seriously, they didn't even seem to understand it. Like it's not that they rejected it. They didn't even seem to understand the fact that someone would look at a different factor.
Yeah, I don't think the people who are disenfranchised is from voting and should be to blame. It's the party disenfranchising them that should be blamed.
Yes. Yes, I am politically homeless because there is no party here that represents me, except for like the People's Party, the Socialist Party, that one. That's the only party that even comes close.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I should probably just move to Europe.
I'd like to, but I can't find anybody who would take me.
Well, I'm not sure where I'd want to go in Europe. I mean, let's face it, as I understand it, England has Seattle's weather, so that's out. Most other places aren't going to speak the same language, and most of them are going to be one of those ones with gendered nouns I find so annoying, so that's out. Maybe I should move to Australia.
I have a cousin who moved to Australia.
Yeah, how does he or she like it?
I guess they like it. They stayed there.
Huh, right on. Yeah, I mean, like, I could see myself in Australia or New Zealand. I think I could be happy in one of those places. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to
Politically
go to one of
homeless.
those parts of Australia that doesn't have, like, where all the wildlife wants to eat you. I'd have to go to one of the other places where that's not a thing, but you know.
Well, good luck.
Oh,
uh,
they have cities there.
yeah, but I've heard stories about the stuff that's walking around in the cities.
Eh, yeah, well, but those are just other Australians. They're all right.
Oh my, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I could make it in Germany or Austria, but then again, I hear some stories. So,
I actually don't know a damn thing about modern Germany or Austria. I mean, like you say Germany, and still, what pops into my head is one of two things: Nazis or Lederhosen.
well, the Lederhosen are in the south.
Well,
Um,
regardless, the point being is that I don't know a damn thing about Germany because everything I know comes from watching movies, and most of those are set in, like, World War II with Indiana Jones.
da Badakishta.
So if someone asked me, like, what's Germany like these days, I'd go, I don't know, kind of like England, but they speak funny. I don't know. I mean, seriously, I have no idea. What's Germany like in the present day?
Well, some of the stories I hear are it's hard to find a job and um, other things like that, which, okay, I mean, who wants to hire somebody who can't work half the time? So that's another, that doesn't apply to me
Oh,
necessarily.
well, I don't know. I mean, it's fun to work from home if you can do it.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that there is out there.
Well, I don't know. It's funny. I've had some people suggest I change up my format and do those live streams where you make yourself look like an anime character with some filter or other and just
Oh, yeah.
all about shit. Honestly, like I think I might be able to do that, but I don't want to. Even if it would earn me a shit ton of money, it just would. I would feel a little cheap, I guess.
I don't
Especially
know.
since some of the things I've seen on those channels, it's like a lot of people, the viewers will dare you to do something really stupid, and a lot of it seems
Okay.
to be like, oh yeah, go do this. Like a lot of it was oh, what was the one? I think it was something about a spoonful of hot sauce, or there was something else. It was like this whole thing of do this thing that's going to be really torturous and do it on camera. I don't know. It was weird.
Well, Brian, yeah, you say the majority of American voters are politically homeless, and it's part of why we don't vote. But that being said, you would vote for Kamala over Biden any day. I'm reading some stuff out there that suggests that there's a general dissatisfaction with Harris.
Oh, well,
Um,
she's slime. She really is. I mean, she's racist for one thing. Have you seen what she's done on crime?
yeah.
Like, it's weird because she's black and racist when it comes to her crime policies. I don't get it.
She has money.
Maybe that's it.
Oh, they all do. I mean, you have to have money in order to seek office.
I just,
And that's,
man.
I see a lot of people saying, well, pay politicians minimum wage. They don't give a shit. their legislated salaries are nothing compared to what they get as income. Yes, honey.
Well, there should be something where you like say, okay, if you have any income other than your congressional salary, you're kicked out.
Would be
You know,
nice.
I
Would
mean,
be
like
nice.
take conflict of interest to an extreme.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you have
Yeah.
any conflict of interest whatsoever, gone. You know.
Oh, it would be nice, as if it's actually going to happen.
Well, of course it's not going to happen, but it'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of these are going in there. They're making all these policies for these other corporations, and once they get out of office, instigate work for those corporations.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's another thing. Is like there should be a law that says you're not allowed to work for like one of your donors or a company that's related to one of your donors for X number of years after you're out of office. And it would have to be more than a decade. You know, so that if they want to make this investment in their future, their monetary future, it's got to be one hell of a slow burn. They got to be ready to wait for a very long time for the payoff.
Yeah. Doc. Doc says, I'm ashamed to admit I didn't vote in 2016. I didn't want Hillary or Trump. I wanted to vote but couldn't handle the voices. My idea here is that it would not have made that much difference had Clinton won. The only difference I think it would have made is that it would have delayed the collapse by 4 years or maybe 8.
I have to disagree quite strongly, actually. Because while Trump was in office, it gave all of the Nazis and skinheads and Klansmen free reign to come out of hiding.
Yeah.
If we had had Hillary, they'd still be in the closet.
Well, okay, had Hillary won, let's see, that would have been, okay, winning in 16 and then winning in 20. So
Well, I'm not making a
that
comment
that
at
element would
point.
be coming out of the closet right about now in
No, it
preparation
wouldn't.
for
No, 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 no,
2024.
no. You're misunderstanding my point. Trump gave them the feeling of safety to come out publicly. Without that feeling that Trump was their boy, they'd still feel the need to hide themselves. So if Trump hadn't been elected in 2016, well, I mean, I'm not making comment about 2020, but by 2020, they still would not have been as open as they were. January 6th could not have happened without them feeling that freedom to be open about their bigotry, about their affiliations.
Yeah,
And that required Trump being in office.
January 6, 2020, yeah, would have been January 6, 2024, or maybe
Well,
2028.
you're assuming Trump wins, though. I mean, I'm saying like without Trump ever having been elected as president, these people would still be having to be circumspect about their activities.
The-
It was him, their guy, that made them feel they could be open about who they were, finally.
Okay, fine. Oh my. Brian says Hillary is like Biden buried in corporate pockets. They're
Yeah.
all buried in corporate pockets. Really, they are. I mean, that's the way things got, especially since Citizens United.
I'm going to say not all. Bernie. Let's talk about Bernie.
We got lucky with Bernie, and you see what happened there. Nobody wanted him, possibly because of that.
Well, but I mean, my point being is that it's not all of them. Some of them are not buried deep in corporate pockets. And I mean, maybe it's just because I was raised with, Bernie as part of my life, because I was one town away from where he was mayor through my entire childhood. But I got a lot of trust in the guy, and when he says he's not taking corporate money, I know he's not taking corporate money. I mean, he's just not the kind of guy who would lie to us about that.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe you'd have to be a Vermonter to get it.
I wish he could have got the office. Yeah, I do. I mean, it wouldn't have fixed everything, but it would have been a nice gesture.
It would have been a start.
Yeah,
We don't get enough starts anymore. Or if we do, they come to nothing.
right. And yeah, Brian Bernie would have won the popular vote by 70%. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know if the
that's,
figure is exact, but yeah, I get your point and I agree.
I mean, yeah, like a lot of why Hillary lost was just because nobody was inspired by her. Nobody liked her. Nobody cared about her. Like the people who were pushing for her were just the ones who wanted a president finally who had tits and a vagina.
Mm-hmm.
That was like
Yep.
seriously most of the people who were saying they wouldn't vote for Bernie were it was specifically because he was a white male and that
Yep.
was it.
Yep.
And I was like, dude, that's fucked up. Bernie's policies are amazing. Okay, I want a president who can do the job. I don't care how their genitals are configured. And if you do, well, you're just as biased, at least as anyone else, if not prejudiced. I mean, Hillary was the wrong person for the job because
And
of her politics.
and then
If
don't
you could have body swapped her and Bernie, I still would have wanted the one who has Bernie's brain because that's the brain that had the policies, the one that wasn't a freaking centrist, right of center dino.
and then don't forget that I mean, as great as Bernie's policies were, which they were, um, he is not an autocrat. He's still up against 535 people who are on the corporate dole and
Except it
everything.
wouldn't be the same anyway, because let's face it, another reason people didn't get out to vote at all was because Hillary was not an inspiring candidate. If more people went out because Bernie was the candidate and he was getting the popular vote by 70%, then all of those voters who came out to vote for him would probably be voting for left wing Congress Muppets too. So he wouldn't be dealing with a majority on the other side if people had been inspired to go out and vote left, which they weren't because Hillary's not on the left. You see what I'm saying? So we can't take the current congressional numbers and apply them to a Bernie run or to a Bernie presidency because the Bernie run would have been completely different, would have shifted that balance. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, sort of. And oh my word, Manda's here.
Well, there's also the problem of the way the votes are distributed. We have about 25% in Democrat, 25% in Republican, and the rest are independent. So
Hey,
those independent votes in a lot of places can't vote for the Democrat primary.
hey, Manda, you do have a link if you want to come in. It's up to
Uh,
you.
I don't know. I think we should just abandon parties entirely.
Yeah,
I mean, people run purely on policy.
you know how likely that is. I mean,
Yeah, but it's still what I think we should do. I'm not talking likelihood here.
So unless you want to artificially inflate one of these parties even more just to vote for somebody in there, you can't.
And gerrymandering has to stop. I mean, I get that like districts have to be, like organized in a way that makes it practical to count votes, but it's weird how like it's almost like each district is its own electoral college or something. Like, I mean, maybe not exactly, but there's still that sort of like, winner take all mentality to some of them, it seems like. Do you know what I'm saying?
moo.
I don't know. It's a very strange word, isn't it? Gerrymandering. I mean, it implies that there's types of mandering that aren't jerry, but I don't know what either of those things are.
I don't know. I suppose. let's see, Dago Mandarin. What else is there?
Kraut Mandarin.
Oh, that too, but that's the same as gerrymandering.
Yeah, but it's not spelled the same way, is it?
Natopaleki.
Is actually, I have to admit, like, it seems like there are some racial epithets that are different from country to country. Like when I was watching Blackadder, when they would say Dago, they seem to mean Spaniard. But every time I hear it in the United States, it means Italian.
Yeah, okay.
I don't get that.
I don't either.
Oh, whatevs. I mean, there's so many things that don't mean the same thing in other countries. It's almost a minefield if you decide to travel, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, there are certain gestures that people make that mean different things in other places. You know, or it's like apparently there are some countries where giving someone the thumbs up is like a real insult.
Okay, okay.
You know, I'm not sure if there's anywhere where throwing up the horns means anything other than rock on, but, you know, or hail Satan. But I mean, I'm sure there's somewhere where if you throw the horns up, they'll be like, what about my mother? You know, I mean, that kind of thing.
Well, I'm sure we'll be happy to have the broken shell of what was Amanda coming in here as well.
Okay. Sure.
Just looking at the chat.
I don't know. Mandaring. I don't know. It's a tortured twist of her name that didn't work at all.
Right. Oh, moo.
I guess breakfast wasn't enough. I'm hungry again. Either that or it could just be the munchies.
All I
There
had was
you
a
are.
cookie.
Oh man, what was that cartoon I saw recently where it's like web browsing in Britain and it says, do you want to delete biscuits?
Oh, so they call those biscuits as well, huh?
Oh, I don't know if they do. That was just the joke.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
It'd be funny if they did, but somehow I doubt it. And you know, I have to say, some tiny part of me does rebel against calling that damn thing a router. I'm sorry, but it's not routing anything. There is not an enemy army it's fighting. That is a router.
Moo.
Router rooter.
Yeah, router tomato.
Mega behosta.
I really hate that pronunciation. I don't know why. It's the route. I'm sorry. That's what you do to an enemy army.
Okay.
Well, what is it rooting?
Well, it's sending something along a route, a data route, isn't it?
Yes, that's exactly what it's doing.
You see? So it's kind of like a paper route. You see?
Yeah, huh? And then there's this kitty. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, I'm old. Old.
You know, I think I'm gonna hopscotch over the whole, pajamas argument and just call them payamas, like I'm from, Spain or some crap.
Okay.
There you go.
That'll work.
Payamas. I don't know. It's funny. I could never live in Texas because going through my head the entire time would be calling it Tejas.
I know people who do that.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I've also noticed, and I think I've mentioned it before, but I'll say it again, that you can tell when someone's a Texan if they pronounce it Texas instead of Texas. If it sounds like a Z at the end of it, they're almost certainly a native Texan.
Okay.
I was born in Texas.
Yeah?
I'm sorry.
Well, how long were you there, though?
About a year.
Yeah, then you probably didn't pick up the accent, did you?
No.
Yeah, no, I mean seriously, everyone I've known from Texas, whether they're some like an actual friend or someone from Texas on television, when they say the name of that state, it comes out Texas. Like there's a Z at the end. And actually, the ones I've mentioned this to were absolutely boggled that the rest of us don't do it that way. It's kind of like when my dad comes from the East Coast and we start talking about that state that's in between California and Washington. And I'm like, Dad, don't call it Oregon where they can hear you.
I'm gonna have to pay attention to that when I hear Aaron say, "Hey, Texas."
Mm,
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
can't remember either.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. So maybe it's not a universal Texas thing, but everyone I've heard who does pronounce it that way is a Texan. I've never heard any non Texan pronounce it that way, unless they were doing it deliberately, like I just did when I was explaining it.
Mm. Oh my. This grape juice is damn good when it's cold. A lot better than it is right off the shelf.
Usually is.
Mm. Grape juice. It's been a while, it feels like. I did recently discover that there's actually some fairly cheap and affordable OJ, granted from, concentrate, but still, that I can get at the supermarket. And so I've been getting that, and it's lasting me a lot longer than the fairly cheap things of apple juice I've been getting. So it's actually a better bargain, even though it's, more for, like you have to buy it in bulk, basically.
Yeah.
I've been buying the V8 Splash myself.
Hmm.
It's just too bad that these things are like 75 cents each.
Well, I should make a stir fry today. I've discovered that both citrus or apple juice work really well with teriyaki.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, not a lot, less is more, but giving it that hint of flavor. I mean, like citrus works really well with almost any Asian food, but because teriyaki is already sweet, throwing apple juice on top of it, like maybe a small capful of apple juice, it changes the flavor and it's actually in a quite welcome way.
Oh, well then.
Yeah. I
I don't
mean,
know. I'll
I've,
have
I've
to.
been trying to branch out a bit more with what I cook, but I still can't seem to branch out past stir fries.
Hmm.
They're easy to make.
They really are, and most of them are good. It's just I need the wider variety in my diet. I know that I say this a lot. It's just when I go to the store, I look at everything and go, I don't see anything I want here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I gotta figure something out because I can't keep eating the same thing over and over and over.
Well, I'll eat fairly well today because I won't be eating worth shit for the next, 3 days or some shit like that.
Hmm.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah.
Well,
So I don't know what I'll pull out, but I'll pull out something decent.
It's like the cat caught wind of a bug there.
What?
Sylvia looks like she noticed a bug flying around or something while she was looking.
Yeah,
hmm.
I guess she lost interest because now she's taken off to the cat tree, and now what's she doing? I have no idea. She went down to the floor. Can't see what she's up to. Oh, heading toward the kitchen. There must be something to eat or drink. God, I gotta clean this place up because somebody's coming to pick me up on Wednesday, and I don't want her to come into a garbage heap.
That place is a fucking mess too.
Hmm. My place is better than usual, but I really should pick up a few things. Like when there just for whatever reason happens to be a stray receipt in the middle of the living room floor and you don't
So,
really know how it got there and maybe it was one of the cats or maybe you're just sloppy but it's been sitting there for days and you're just too fucking lazy to pick it up.
yep, I know the feeling
Well,
very
Yeah.
well.
that's the kind of thing I got to do right now, but most of the things that need to be scrubbed, that sort of clean.
Okay. No, I've got to do a decent scrub job on the bathroom.
Yeah, same here.
Mm.
I mean, it's better than it has been, but I mean, this is what comes of being in this position. I'll go to dialysis and I'll come back and I'm wiped out and I'm in pain because of the way I'm in the recliner for 4 hours. So I'm in bed immediately just to reduce the pain and to and because I'm wiped out and nothing gets done. And then the next day, I'm still messed up, and I wish I could have my health, but well, I wish I could have my health. Let's put it that way.
Well, I wish I could have your health too, because I'm a vampire, you see.
Tego bastante vale quise.
Or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, with the arthritis, I get worn out very quickly, so I can only do things in small spurts at times.
I know that all too well. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, because I'll get out of bed and I'll start doing something, and half hour later, I'm in extreme pain. I mean, it can be as little as a half hour.
Hmm. Yeah, meanwhile, here I am thinking I'm actually getting back into shape after having, pandemic body. And been playing Beat Saber, been walking to the dispensary instead of getting delivery because they raised their minimums, bastards. So I mean, I'm like I walked home up that really freaking steep hill that like takes forever to get up on my way back from the dispensary, and I didn't have to stop and catch my breath. So getting back, bouncing
Oh
back.
man, I don't know what that's like anymore because I can't go to the bus stop anymore because I'm stopping every 20 feet because I'm winded.
Hmm.
And
I actually
that's
managed
come
to get
on me
myself in
quickly.
better shape.
Also, I've been playing a little bit of Spark too. Like the player base has gotten smaller, but there's still those of us who are very dedicated to it. I do love that game. Actually, I should stop calling it a game. It's actually really a sport.
Dahil korostu.
Cannot wait to have that dedicated VR room in Vermont because then I can, like it. Well, let's put it this way: if I want to dodge. And I dodge too enthusiastically, I may end up bookcasing myself. On the other hand, in this other room that I'll have available to me in Vermont, there'll be plenty of room to even like dive to the side and not smack into a wall, like bodily dive to the side.
Moo.
So, really looking forward to being able to play Spark in a way where I don't constantly feel like I'm about to wound myself.
Hmm.
Well, just create yourself a padded room and you're all set.
Yeah, if I ever have a padded room, it's not going to be for that reason.
I know that feeling. Oh, boy.
I still need to get my eyes examined.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely have been getting weaker eyes. I got myself some over-the-counter readers that seem to be helping. But I still want to get my eyes checked. It's been a while.
See, oh, go on.
I gotta pull out the medical card, see what the places they'll pay for, and then I gotta dig somebody up to drive me there and back.
Oh man, that stuff sucks, doesn't it? Like,
Oh, yeah.
just the logistics of getting a ride kind of suck. Now, I mean, granted, I live in a place where it's a lot easier than some of what I've heard you two describe, but still, just all of that coordinating.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I went through with the anal probe, and that's a big part of the stumbling block for a kidney, is because they want a babysitter and a chauffeur.
You know, and they want all of that in place before they put you on the list, which means that there's going to be all this redundant time where you have to pay these people to look after you while they wait for a kidney. It's like you can't go, okay, the kidney's ready. Now I'm going to activate my chauffeur and home caregiver. No, 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 no. They have to be. It seems like even more expense. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
absolutely. And the thing is that, okay, let's say, excuse me, then a whole bunch of people can actually do it now. And they say, okay, I will be your caretaker and I will be your chauffeur. Everything is good. You're set. Fine. I'm waiting maybe 5 years. If, for example, okay, let's say purple doesn't match me, and we're still waiting for either a cadaver kidney or a swap kidney. It might be, they say, an average of 5 years. 5 years from now, those people who said, "Yeah, I can do it," can't do it anymore.
Well,
Now that. Hmm?
well, wait a minute, wait a minute. Suppose purple does match, though. I mean, is how long would the waiting list be just to get it done?
Um, it could be almost zero if she
Well, there
does
we go.
match. Yeah, that would be a good thing. That would be the best of all possible worlds.
And didn't other people offer as well, not just perps?
I think a couple people did. It's that perps is the most likely.
Well, okay, but my point being is that your chances are pretty darn good once we start looking at compatibility.
I would hope so. Yeah. And I know there's
So,
that word again, but what the hell?
yeah, well, I'll be honest. Sometimes the cynicism gets really, 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 really old.
I'm not a cynic. I'm a realist.
Sure. And I still stand by what I say. After every now and then, it's like I need a break from the doom and gloom.
Wait a minute.
All right.
What's going on here?
What?
Oh, I see what's going on. Shadow Kitty asked, without doxing yourself, Brian Stevens, which part of Route 40 are you on? And then what I saw was the section where Brian said I was on a section in southern Ohio that hasn't been used as a road since the 1850s. I saw Ohio, and then I'm thinking, okay, what is about Ohio? And then I see what that is. Okay. Degara basta, Nike Petrodo.
Funny to bring this all full circle. I think it's Nerf Herder. If it's not Nerf Herder, it's Blink 182. But this one band has a song about this girl who moved from Texas to Ohio, and it's them pleading for her to come back to Texas. And I was sitting there going, if that song were written today, would they be saying come back to Texas or stay the hell in Ohio? Which place is better? Because they're both pretty bad.
Oh boy, they're bad. Yeah, both of them. And
like with that thing from about that that thing with the what was reading on Twitter there before this show started.
Well, is this about the proving that a child is female stuff that's
Yeah.
going on in Ohio?
oh,
But
that's
they're
yeah.
actually saying pelvic exams for like 11-year-olds to make sure they're female.
Yeah.
And not just to make sure they're female, but to make sure they're female enough, apparently. Like
Apparently.
they're checking for intersexuality as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm just
Um,
sitting here going, this is some seriously draconian, authoritarian, puritanical bullshit. And we're even allowing it in this country. We're even considering it in this country, much less implementing it. What the fuck?
Well, thank you,
I
Minnow.
mean, I don't really want to live in this country anymore. I really don't, because it seems like the people who most need to fight against this stuff are just rolling over.
Yeah, and it seems Ohio has never been the best, okay, but it seems that the floor has fallen out on Ohio just recently. Say, within the last year or so, it's got really, really, really bad. And yeah, thank you, Minnow. I may take you up on that, but we'll see what happens. Um, I don't know. I'm glad I'm out of there, but I don't know that being out of there is going to help all that much.
Yeah, here's
See,
a
I feel lucky that I've lived in places that are like just universally pretty darn tolerant, all of them. I mean, Vermont was one of the first two states to have civil unions. I wish it was gay marriage, but still, it was a start. And Seattle, I mean, let's face it, very tolerant place, very open. And I mean, California is what California is. I mean, I was living in one of the more urban places, so it's a bit more tolerant than, say, out in the sticks. I've never really lived in a place where I felt I had to hide being a lesbian or hide my skin color or any of that stuff. And I have some pictures. You should see how fucking dark I get in
I've seen those pictures.
the summer. It's like, seriously, Vermont's pretty white. I was the second most ethnic kid after Jig Nash. Where until what's her face, Krista, I think it was, moved in, and then yeah, then I was. But seriously, I haven't gotten a lot, but I did occasionally get some shit for my skin tone, until I got pretty pasty living in Seattle for 20 years. So, I mean, I've never had to deal with like that kind of direct and everywhere around me bigotry like other people have, and I'm pretty happy about it, honestly.
Yeah, so here's a poster. They examine the size of the clitoris, perform the pelvic exam, do blood work, or to test for testosterone, and they check like the chromosomes.
And one of the worst parts is that they can do this if there is quote unquote doubt. That's it, just doubt. If someone's sex or gender or whatever is in dispute, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no criteria for what that dispute means. There's no like safeguards to keep it from being used maliciously. I mean, I can imagine like some vicious little 10-year-old girl saying, "Oh, Jessica's really a boy," to make her go through all of that.
Oh, I
You
see
know?
it
Yes,
happening.
yeah, they
There is
can.
absolutely nothing there to keep kids safe from what is effectively child abuse, sexual abuse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can make the accusation for any reason. Apparently,
Yep.
by the looks of it.
Yep.
And
This
there's
is
no
so
and
much bullshit.
there's no way of countering that. So it's all on the person being accused.
Uh-huh.
Guilty until proven innocent. Yes.
Effectively, yes.
Basically, yeah. It's that this what the fuck is happening to this country, man? I mean, like, I know they say that about us, but you know what? We're not the ones going around saying, like, oh, you're not this, that, or the other thing enough for us. We're not the ones saying, yeah, it's okay to tote a gun around and we don't care how many children's lives it costs. They're the agents of death in this story.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I say that with no hint of irony. I mean, it sounds like really sort of, dark fantasy to say the agents of death, but come on. These are the people who love, execution and war. I mean, they make a lot of noise about being pro-life, but, they stop at fetuses.
Yeah. Well, like my hero said, pre-born you're fine, preschool you're on your own.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
it's just so but I mean, the point is, these people, they do seem to have something of a death fetish. I mean, they don't want to put it that way, but they are fucking bloodthirsty, these right wingers.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm wondering, is it the parents who have to foot the bill for all these tests too?
I have no
Probably.
idea. I have no idea about that part.
Yeah.
It's so much bullshit. How can anyone think this is the right way to live? And there was something, I don't usually watch what's his face, David Parkman or whatever, but someone posted a video of his. And I was watching it, and he was critiquing this town hall where these people were talking about all the biblical reasons to execute gay people, and everyone in the crowd was nodding and going, uh huh. And I'm sitting here, what the fuck is happening to this country?
I guess, well, the way I'm looking at it, and of course you're going to love this, I'm seeing a bit of what happened in the Middle East, say about 1,000 years ago, when Islam really took off and held them back ever since.
I mean, yeah, but there's more to it than that, I'm sure. Man, I guess part of it is that a lot of the left has gotten very stick in the mud about things, very afraid of their own shadow, afraid to be, strong and vicious and to be goal oriented, rather than trying to, oh, we have to work together like it's all fluffy bunny and kumbaya, which is never gonna fucking work with the right wing. It's like the left just doesn't have teeth anymore. And that's part of it. And in fact, they don't believe in teeth anymore. We need someone who's willing to stand up and fight, and we don't have those. The ones who claim to be. Now, I've never seen anyone develop Washington brain faster than AOC.
Oh, Minnow, as far as the chauffeur is concerned, post-surgery, immediately post-surgery, I think I would be going to a hospital, I think weekly or possibly twice a week, and then the frequency would reduce over time, because they want to check and make sure that everything works and everything is fine and dandy and everything else like that, which is what really amazed me about my cousin, because the first time I mentioned stuff like that, she said, yeah, well, you can stay with us. Now, my cousin is on the shore of Lake Erie, and, here I am over here. And, she knows where I am, and she knows where she is. And I'm sitting here thinking, you are suggesting 2.5 hours each way immediately after major abdominal surgery. Are you stupid? But of course I couldn't say that. And yes, I think she is stupid. But that's another story entirely.
It's always weird to me when someone is like really smart and really stupid. Where it's like, someone who has a head for figures but can't spell to save their life. I always find that strange when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Although, honestly, I think it's a lot more understandable if someone is great with language and not so great with math. But then again, that's probably just my own bias coming out.
Oh, moof beef.
I don't know. I guess maybe it's because we speak that I find language so much more intuitive than mathematics. I don't know.
Okay, and yeah, Brian, I would not necessarily recommend Pittsburgh as a tourist destination either.
I mean, it's probably. I think the only part of Pennsylvania I've been to is Philly.
Okay. I mean, I've been here 33 years, but I still can't necessarily recommend it globally.
Well, of course not. It would never fit the whole globe.
Well, that too. I mean, it is better than Columbus.
That's another place I've never been.
Okay. I haven't been in Columbus in a very long time.
I've been to Cincinnati.
I haven't been there in a very long time.
I'm not sure I can say I've really been to Cincinnati, because really all I saw was the airport and my cousin's place.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to remember, did we ever actually go into Cincinnati, like walk around in Cincinnati? We might have gone to a mall once in Cincinnati. Then again, that might have been the same family when they were living in Paramus, because I understand there's this Paramus Mall everyone talks about. I mean, I'm absolutely correct that it's the same family, and they lived in both Paramus and Cincinnati. That's for sure. I just don't remember whether the memory of going somewhere with them was in one place versus the others. I guess what I'm saying.
Moof beef.
Yarp. What ought to know?
What do we got? Yeah,
You know,
okay.
come to think of it, I'm not sure I've ever heard a woman with a Liverpool accent. Yeah, I've never heard a female Ringo.
I don't know. Well, I might lean toward your own vehicle because Ubers can get fucking expensive. And I think they might prefer your own vehicle anyway.
Of course, one thing I've noticed is that it's not universal, but some places or some cultures, ethnicities, the accent is different from between men and women. For example, like say an Italian accent, and I mean like New York Italian, men and women don't sound the same. It like not the way say like British folk tend to. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but there does seem to be a gender bias when it comes to pronunciation or rhythm and cadence. I don't know, but it's not every accent, but it definitely does seem to be specific to one ethnicity or another.
Brian Stevens says Cincinnati has one of the most corrupt local governments in the world. What, worse than Chicago? And understand that I love Chicago, by the way, in spite of that fact.
Now, I sincerely hope that someone somewhere has made some bit of fiction called Cincinnati.
I'm sure someone has.
Yeah. But, it's weird to find every now and then there's like some gaping void in what I would expect to find in terms of satire or parody or heck, just no one made a porn with that title? Really? That kind of thing. It's just
Well, that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that there has been some porn called Cincinnati. Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't just have to be porn. It could be some sort of weird satanic panic scare video.
Yeah, that too.
I'm just saying is like my punster brain has come up with a lot of great porn titles. I'm not into porn. I don't make porn. But if I were to get a job as the porn title punster, I think I'd be pretty good at it.
I don't know. Maybe that's something you should think about. Animated porn. That might make you a couple
Oh,
dollars.
there's tons of animated porn.
I
Come
know
on,
there is.
Most
Yeah.
of it's from Japan, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose I could start an OnlyFans and make animated stuff, but it's not my focus. It's not my thing. I'm not interested.
Mr. Balaki.
I mean, I don't begrudge anyone else their porn, be it hentai or live action, but it's not my thing.
Oh,
Probably part of being Demi, I guess.
I don't know. I find porn kind of boring. Yeah, and as you say, it's likely to be part of being Demi.
I don't know. Every time I hear the word, though, I want to go porn to be wild. Anyway,
Dostane Geberojda.
most porn is pretty boring.
Yeah. Sex is not a spectator sport.
That's probably one of my favorite Jim Jeffries lines. He's like, "Well, the thing is, you can't smell porn."
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes that'd be a good thing.
Sure. And then he then went off about anal sex and how much they must, clean that area out before they film.
Yeah, that too. Alrighty, that sounds
I
good to
don't know.
me. Yeah, I'm gonna eventually have to do the things and the stuff too, because like I say,
Okay.
hmm?
Well, things and stuff. I mean,
Well, pick stuff off the floor, for example. I don't want anybody
ow.
tripping and killing herself. And there's a floor full of potting soil where the cat knocked a plant over, and all kinds of other stuff like that.
Sorry, I'm just for something you said, and I don't even remember what, got me thinking about some of the bullshit I've gotten blocks for and bans for on Facebook and Twitter, where it's like, not something that should get anyone in trouble. It's like they joke about this on primetime television. Why is it against the rules on Facebook kind of nonsense?
Yeah, huh? Because they can, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I think sometimes it's an overcorrection. Like, watch Scrubs and see just how many times Ted makes a joke about killing himself. Now go make a suicide joke on Facebook and see where it gets you.
Yeah, huh?
I mean, like, even if it's just, oh, I'm sick and tired of this thread, and you post this, like, picture of a chick, she's an anime girl with a gun to her head, and it's the caption, fuck it, I'm out, that'll get you a block on Facebook.
Yes. And
You
what's
know?
even worse is, as far as I know, maybe things have changed, but saying, I really wish I was dead, I really want to kill myself, could get you a block there. When that's the last thing you really
Oh,
want
yeah.
to do, the last thing you want to do is isolate that person.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if you're encouraging someone to kill themselves, of course that should be against the rules.
Right, right.
Although I also think that there should be a certain amount of allowance for, like, sarcastic, sardonic, or dark humor. You
There should
know,
be.
but like you say this, oh my gosh, if you're that stupid, just kill yourself. I mean, come on,
Yeah,
sounds
huh?
a reason, people. You
Yeah.
know.
I question even saying the words suicide or suicidal on Facebook.
Oh, I don't even post pictures of like imagery from Indiana Jones movies because if there's a swastika, you're getting in trouble. Doesn't matter if the good guys are beating up the Nazi, you're getting in trouble.
Yeah.
Fucking Facebook. I mean, Twitter's a bit more tolerant, but sometimes even they. Like it's amazing how much these places get it wrong.
And how-
Leslie Jones blocked me on Twitter.
Who's Leslie Jones?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
She played one of the characters in that 2016 Ghostbusters.
Oh. Yeah.
She didn't like me saying that movie didn't count.
Well.
Take care,
Okay,
Brian.
Christopher
coming
Titus
by.
blocked me when I said that Chris Rock should have gotten his ass kicked, basically. Well, I mean, I didn't say exactly that, but I do think that Will Smith was far more in the right than Chris Rock was, and Christopher Titus did not like that.
Take care, kitty. Be good.
So he lost himself a fan when he blocked me, that's for sure. I mean, not that he cares, not that he'd notice, but he still did. I figure if you block enough people, after a while, they're going to go, yeah, this celebrity's a bit of a pansy. So, maybe don't be quite so liberal with the blocking when you disagree with people, at least if you're famous.
My rule of thumb is not to block anybody. I've yet to run into anybody who has pushed me to the point of blocking them.
Well, there are some people I just find too tedious to deal with anymore.
Not even them, I just ignore them and they go away.
Yeah, see, that's the problem is that I find it difficult to ignore them, and even if I do, they don't go away, so it's just easier to put them in the bin.
And
I mean, there are some tenacious rat bastards out there who will not leave me alone.
on the bullying side, I came across this one story of this girl who just kicked this guy's ass. Apparently, she was being bullied online, And when she confronted him at school, well, he poured water over her head, and she basically went off and this MMA style beat the crap out of him. Of course, she got in trouble, and
I was going to say she
charges
got.
being pressed on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I do think that there should be a certain amount of, I don't know, leniency, extenuating circumstances, whatever, if someone deliberately goaded you. You know, I think bullies should be afraid to goad somebody, that they should be thinking twice before they start trying to make someone else's life worse.
Yeah, that
You
should
know?
be taken into account.
So I mean, if you deliberately started like needling someone or whatever, giving them a hard time, and they decide to kick your ass for it, that's kind of a little bit on you, buddy.
Apparently, they were both freshmen, but going to different schools, but the schools were on the same campus.
That's weird. Must be a really big city, I guess.
Yeah, hers was some alternative school.
Oh, okay. We actually had something like that when I went to college because it was the Rochester Institute of Technology had the National Technical Institute for the Deaf, or NTID as we called it. And yeah, so it's like there were deaf kids in our classes, and we made friends with a lot of them. But they also had their own special building where they went to, I guess, deaf people classes. I don't know what they did there actually.
Moo.
It was funny. Every dorm room was equipped with like we didn't have doorbells. What we had were flashers. There were these lights that would flash that would let like deaf people know that someone was at the door. I don't know if there were any blind kids there though, because then the fact that it doesn't make noise would have screwed them up.
Yeah, my school had a section for deaf kids, and they also had a section for like extremely handicapped kids, like mentally handicapped, physically handicapped, really severely.
There were, I want to say, two kids with Down's. No, sorry, three kids with Down syndrome in my high school when, like, during my school career.
But get this, that the whole wing basically has a lot of immune compromised as kids, and when they thought I had pink eye once, and that's where they sent me.
Oh.
Great school, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It seems like if anyone's going to spread pink eye like wildfire, it'll be a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they thought I had that, so they put me in the wing with the immune compromised kids.
Oh, well, that sounds.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid.
Like you weren't the one in danger; they were.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's still pretty dumb. Yeah. Okay, I get you. I misunderstood at first.
Fortunately, it wasn't pink eye.
I am amazed that I made it through childhood without conjunctivitis.
I don't know if I ever did. I seem to remember being told I did, but I also do not remember the absolute horror show of what pink eye looks like on a person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like I know my eyes were irritated at some point, but I did not look like that.
Moo.
So I don't know if it actually was pink eye or if it was some super mild version or if my immune system's that awesome. I don't know, but I don't know. I do remember a lot of poison ivy when I was a kid, though. If we're going to talk about, like, you know, touch transmitted rash like things, poison ivy was a big one.
I'm amazed I got through childhood without that because there was a lot of poison ivy on the island where my grandparents had their cottage, and I'm amazed I never got into it. Or if I did, which I may have, I may be insensitive to the active ingredient.
My mom was insensitive to it. She actually would eat the stuff.
Ugh! That's terrifying. Although I do seem to vaguely remember some story, and it may be apocryphal, about some people who thought they were rolling a joint.
Oops. That'll kill you.
I seem to remember like extreme esophageal nastiness, but I think they survived it.
Yeah, because I mean, okay, if you're rolling poison ivy and smoking it, shit's going into your lungs, and that tissue is quite sensitive, and
Well, like I
gas
said,
exchange happens there.
I think it did fuck them up, but I think they survived it.
Okay.
But then again, like I said, this may be an apocryphal story. This sounds like the kind of thing that people tell around a campfire every now and then. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I heard about this kid who lit his farts on fire and it set his colon on fire. You know, that kind of nonsense. Or, oh yeah, I heard about that kid who like, I don't know, made that face and it froze like that. You know, one of those
Yeah,
nonsense.
okay, yeah.
You know, so for all I know, it's bullshit. But I did hear the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I've heard stories of people who were burning vegetation. The way, for example, you rake leaves and you used to burn them before the burn bans, and then poison ivy would be in it, and they would inhale a little bit of the smoke, and that was a big problem.
Yeah. I don't know.
I do kind of question if that would actually work, considering it's an oil that's in the poison ivy that causes the irritation.
Yeah, I believe it's called urushiol or something like that. It's an oily alcohol.
Hmm. Well, I don't know. I just prefer to avoid it. Wasn't there something? I don't think it was poison ivy, but there was something that was like similarly unpleasant unless you made a tea out of it. I'm trying to remember what that was, but there was some plant that was like really nasty, except it made great tea.
Huh, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. Like, I think it was the process of drying it that made it mild somehow. I don't know. Maybe you had to cure it with something, but there was some reason why you could make this into tea, even though it was unpleasant and it made a great tea. I don't know.
Okay, and let's see. There we go. Yeah, there's the stuff in poison
Okay.
ivy that'll mess you up.
Apparently, it has 2 Ohio atoms.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's related to phenol.
And is it at all related to poison oak, or are they just similar? Like, in terms of effect?
I forget. Wait a minute. I do forget. Let me see.
I'm not sure I've ever actually seen poison oak. I know poison ivy quite well, but poison oak, not so much.
Wait, Poison. Yeah, it looks like poison ivy and poison oak are similar in that respect.
I
No,
remember
but
getting
you know
into
what? No. My question was, are they related, as in genetically?
yes.
Okay, they are. Okay.
I remember getting into poison oak once. That wasn't fun.
Xander hears the crinkling of the pretzels, and he thinks it's kitty food.
Are poison ivy and poison oak related?
Sorry, Xander, it's not kitty treats.
Yeah, they're the member of the same taxonomic family anyway.
Well, that was really my question. So I guess that's answered.
Oh, that's interesting. It appears that cashews and mangoes are members of that same family.
Why does everything have mango in it these days?
I have no idea.
Like, seriously, it seems like everything freaking mango everywhere.
So that's interesting. Cashews are surrounded by a shell that contains urushiol, which is that same stuff that affects you with poison ivy.
Well, it probably
Huh.
helps that I don't like cashews. I mean, they're very oily. You know that feeling when you've had something like too much of something that has a lot of oil in it?
Yeah, I do. I know that feeling.
Cashews do that to me really quickly.
Okay. Jeez, and I can't get enough of them. It's too bad they are so damned expensive.
Well, what isn't too damn expensive these days?
Well, that too, but I mean, it's always been that way. I mean, I could eat $30 worth of cashews at a sitting very easily. It doesn't take that much. What are they about? If you get the broken pieces and all that shit, they're about $15 a pound. What, honey? So, well, they were about 15 a pound the last time I bought them. They might be $20 a pound by now, or 25.
Yeah, everything's gotten so expensive, and a lot of things are hard to find now, too.
Yes.
Although, given the weird, capricious nature of Kroger corporate these days, I think some of it is on purpose.
Okay, I won't discount
For
that.
example, For example, I buy a lot of frozen vegetables for my stir fries, and I have not been able for the last couple of months to get the diced onions I usually get, but they have all of these weird pearl onions that I would never use in a stir fry. They just yanked the onions I like, and it seems like they do this a lot.
I don't know. Couldn't you get by quartering the pearl onions?
But the point was that I could just take the diced ones out of the bag and throw them into the pan without a lot of effort.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, the coffee creamer I get, it discontinued the flavor I like the most.
Hmm. Yeah, that happens to me with Red Bull a lot. Luckily, the watermelon has endured, but there are a bunch of flavors that went away that I wish would come back.
Yeah, I had the last of my white chocolate mocha today, which wasn't the flavor they got rid of, but I couldn't find it when I tried to buy more. So I ended up getting the Hershey's caramel, chocolate caramel, which is okay. It's just a little bit more bland.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, it seems to me that food companies are out of ideas. And so they're taking things that already exist and just modifying them and throwing everything at the wall until they see what sticks. You know, it's like, oh, now we have, gee, I don't know, guava, passion fruit, mango, Coca Cola.
Okay.
You know, and if that doesn't, it's like the, I actually kind of like the draft Pepsi, the Pepsi Nitro stuff, but I mean, who came up with that idea? Someone said, hey, let's make Pepsi, but carbonate it differently somehow. I mean, it just seems like they haven't put out anything new in a very long time. It's all just modifications on what already exists or combining things that already exist. They're just out of ideas. Either that or they have ideas and they don't want to risk putting a new product out there because it may not succeed. And it does seem to be corporate America these days is take absolutely no risks whatsoever. Don't try anything new. Even if it's successful, it was still a risk and it might not have been. So full speed ahead on sticking to your guns.
Moo.
It's the corporate version of Leroy Jenkins. So I actually made that reference in a VR poker session recently. I decided to go all in on a hand, and as I did, I went Leroy Jenkins, and nobody understood it. And I was like, "Really, guys? That wasn't that long ago." Oh wow.
Oh, man. You know, Doc, I was looking around here. Turns out you can get licorice poisoning. No,
You didn't know that?
I didn't.
Yeah.
It made it really difficult to find the ginger beer I like around here. So I'm growing my own ginger. I'm going to try and make my own ginger beer.
Okay.
You know, I've heard of ginger beer, and I've heard of ginger ale, but I've never heard of like ginger stout, ginger pilsner, ginger any of that stuff.
Uh-huh.
You know, ginger lager. I don't actually know what these different types of beers are, but still.
I've actually had beer made with ginger. I was not favorably impressed.
Well, I'm looking at making the non-alcoholic version, which is more of a ginger ale.
Yeah, huh? Mm-hmm.
I don't even know the difference between beer and ale.
Oh, my. I looked it up once. I think the difference is that beer is made with hops while ale is not, I think.
And maybe I prefer ales because I gotta tell you, the hops make beer nasty.
It is rather bitter.
Wait a
I'm thinking
minute.
about
I remember there's a bar back in Burlington, Vermont called What Ails You?
Okay.
I don't know if it's still there. I wonder.
Now,
But I know there was.
according to this thing, the major difference between types of beer comes down to the type of yeast used. A beer can
Oh.
qualify as either a lager or an ale, depending upon the fermenting process. Ales are created through top fermentation, a process in which yeast ferments at warmer temperatures and settles at the top of the beer. So I guess the lager is a bottom fermentation. Yeah, the blurb ends here. What, honey?
I'm thinking about sweetening the ginger beer I'm going to make it with molasses and maybe brown sugar.
Okay.
You know,
And
I wonder if sweet beer would be any good. If I would enjoy sweet beer.
you might. I've had some sweet beers. The Belgian beers can be kind of sweet, and they're not bad.
Yeah, but well, you'll eat anything, so that's not an endorsement. I
And then there's this kiddiness over here. What?
mean, you actually like things that are bitter.
Yeah, I do.
I can't even picture that. By definition, as far as I'm concerned, bitter means spit that out.
Oh my, yeah, Scotch I absolutely love. I don't
I
know.
like rum, and of course, rum is kind of sugar based, which probably explains it.
I'm not the biggest fan in the world of rum.
I prefer the sweet. The alcohols like rum is my favorite.
I likes me some Captain Morgan and some Sailor Jerry, I does.
And then there's this kitty over here who is insistent.
The Kilokai rum was pretty good.
You know, thinking about it, I can't remember the last time I got drunk. Which, I mean, for the good reason, though.
Yeah, well, for me, it's been several years.
Come to think of it, I wish I'd said that on purpose. I can't remember the last time I was drunk. That would
Mm-hmm.
make a good, I don't know, like I could see a T-shirt or a bumper sticker being made out of that. Probably
Yeah,
not a bumper sticker. That
why
could
not?
attract the cops, but you know.
C'è da bij de krasto. And then there's this kiddiness who's
This
being a
stuff here is
kitty.
pretty good. If it, you can actually, it's really good when it's mixed with 1 part or Fireball whiskey. So 2 parts of this, one
Ah,
part of Fireball whiskey. It's really good.
Did I
um,
turn the? Yes, I did.
You
Okay.
can usually find this in the mixer section, not rather than the rum aisle.
hmm. How does it? If it does it? Have you tried mixing it with, say, Kahlua?
No, I haven't tried it with Kahlua yet, but I bet that'll probably be pretty good.
Hmm. Yeah, there was a time I actually thought I might want to be a bartender. I'm glad I didn't do it, but I did go to bartender school for a little while, graduated, just never ended up getting a job doing it.
I'll be right back. I need to go check on my bird, and I think I might get myself a little lunch too.
Tweet.
Hmm.
Oh, I have no idea what I'm gonna have for lunch.
And back on what I was saying before about like whether or not people like how far back into the past would you have to go for today's entertainment to be incomprehensible? I was thinking about an episode of The Big Bang Theory where they're talking about googling and twittering and tweeting and all that stuff, and I'm sitting there going, you wouldn't have to go back too far for people to have no idea what the frick any of that means.
Right, right. Um, Let me think now. When the hell did I go onto Facebook? Okay, 14 years ago is when I went on to Facebook. Um, I'm trying to remember how long Facebook had been around prior to 2008.
Not sure, but I mean, even so, just the word Google, we take it for granted now, but it sounds like a child's toy.
Yeah,
It sounds like an '80s cartoon, alongside the Snorks and the Fluffy Dogs would be the Googles, you know?
moo.
And it's just like I hear the name Lady Gaga, and I'm thinking, who the hell thought that was a good idea? I guess it was because she got super popular, but like what does she like play alongside the Goo Goo Dolls? Is Lady Gaga? I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
It just seems like such a weird thing to decide to call yourself, unless it's more of the sort of like old school version of what Gaga means. You know what I mean? Like, where it's like, oh yeah, that's Gaga. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, huh?
Where people use that sort of like the way they might use astounding.
Mm-hmm.
She was all Gaga over this, that, or the other thing. Maybe that's how they meant it, but when I heard Lady Gaga, my brain went to, okay, Lady makes baby noises.
The
To this
crade.
day, I don't think I could pick out one of her songs from a lineup.
Oh,
Never
I,
really listened to her at all.
I surely couldn't. Yeah.
I forget, was it her or someone else who decided to show up on stage wearing a dress made entirely out of meat?
Oh, gee, I remember that in an Oblongs cartoon episode. So did
Okay.
somebody actually do it?
Yeah.
Holy
There's
shit.
photos.
Say again?
There's photos.
Holy shit, man. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Do whatever you want to do. That's fine with me.
I forget if it was just being weird or if it was a protest. I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of those wacky ass photographs of fashion shows that really just seem more like what can we get our models to do before they rebel? I mean, like, you've seen those ones where they're walking around where they've got someone hanging off of them upside down. There's those weird ones where people are walking around with shoes that have toes that stick up as high as their chin and all this weird shit. And I'm like, this isn't a fashion show. This is performance art, kind of.
Okay, according to
I don't know.
this.
But I always thought of fashion shows as like, okay, here's the next trend for summer kind of stuff, and it doesn't seem to be. It seems to be more like, okay, here is living sculpture or something. I don't know.
Well, okay, here's the. Yeah, have you already said this? I stumbled across this. It was Gaga that wore a dress made from raw beef.
There we go. I'm actually pretty pleased I remembered that, given, everything.
Jeez. And then I guess the name came from a Queen song called Radio Gaga.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not even sure I really know what exact genre of music she plays. Or does she even play? Like, that's one thing. I look at certain musical artists, like, say, I've never seen Madonna pick up a guitar or anything. Does she play any of your music? And if she doesn't play it, does she write any of it?
Am I not knowing is the egg thing.
And it's the same thing with Lady Gaga, for example. I mean, does she play an instrument? And if not, where does all her music come from?
Okay, does Madonna play any instruments? Okay, what instruments can Madonna play? Allegedly, she can play a guitar.
All right, then. Let's see. All right. Now, well, she does seem to have Lady Gaga seems to have writing credits on her songs, but I don't know what that means. Is it just the lyrics? Is it the actual music?
Is not too knowing on the egg thing. No, it's not too into.
One thing I did notice, I mean, I actually don't really like Prince all that much, but what I don't like is what he put out himself. It turns out he wrote a lot of songs that I like for other artists.
I'll move.
Yeah.
Fingerprints?
And I'm discovering there are some songs of his that never made it onto the radio that I like as well. But a lot of what did make it onto the radio I absolutely can't stand. So
It is moo.
I guess we're completely out of shit to talk about, eh?
Oh,
Order
I don't
myself
know. It
some
happens.
Korean barbecue flavor stir-fried cup noodles, ramen.
Hmm. I wonder if that's the same company as the hot garlic I just had.
What
It's
the?
an Asian hot garlic chicken ramen cup noodles thing.
Yeah, I think it is the same.
Hmm. Is it mostly black packaging with like colorful lettering?
Yep.
Same brand. Uh, I like most of what they do, but there's one. I think it might be the Korean barbecue. I'm not sure. Has mushrooms in it, so ew.
I like mushrooms, so it works for me.
Someday I might try magic mushrooms, but that's it.
Moo.
I don't know. I was thinking about like some of the things people would say about monsters, movie monsters and stuff. Like, they talk about, yes, these creatures are so evil. Yeah, that's the one. These creatures are so evil. They eat the flesh of the dead, and it's like, dude, what the hell else are they gonna eat? What kind of creepy dinner parties do you throw?
There you are.
We eating the flesh of the living at your brunch, dude? I mean, of course they feed on the dead. I sure hope they do. I mean, what is the eating equivalent of a vivisection? Vivimastication?
Could be.
I don't know.
Well, if you've ever eaten a salad, you've eaten the living.
Sorry, I needed a beverage. Sure, yeah, you might be eating the living, but unfortunately, it's often the wrong kind of living, like, say, inchworms that fall out of your vegan food when you force me to go and eat at places where they serve what food eats.
That's
But,
why you're supposed to wash the stuff.
well, apparently they didn't. But also, I mean, like, imagine if plants could scream when you eat them.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, because I've heard a lot of people say, like, oh, I won't eat anything that has a face. I don't want to eat anything that can scream. They love to talk about that sound that comes out of lobsters, apparently, when you drop them into water, boiling water, all of that. You know, and I'm like, maybe it's fun to hear your food scream.
Well, there
Because
was.
I don't know, I like to tweak vegans. They can. I mean, the thing is, like you get the ones like what's his face, Alex, what's his face there, who gets really up in your face about his veganism, and
Oh,
you know,
O'Connor. Yeah.
uh-huh. And I'm sorry, but that is not the way to convince people to give up bacon.
Research
No,
study found and when stressed, certain plants produce an ultrasonic sound and that is undetectable to the human ear. So yeah, some plants do scream.
Nice.
yeah. I had a friend who let her let her lawn go to seed, let the roses all over the place because she said that plants feel pain, and she would get fined by the city again and again and again for having a place that looked like crap, but wouldn't do a thing about it. And she didn't have the money to pay the fines anyway, so I don't know.
When you think about it, grass is one of the most resilient creatures out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is
You,
really.
you mow the lawn, the grass is still there, and it always seems to keep growing back.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, for all I know, what's growing actually is grass seed, and the grass you cut dies. But it sure does seem like the grass sticks around regardless.
Oh, it stays alive. It's the rhizomes underneath the soil that's come back.
So yeah, I mean, Grass is pretty resilient. Weed, on the other hand, runs out.
Yes, dear. Kitty climbing all over me.
Trying something a little new today. It's like this purple Paris punch strain. It's indica. It's all right. I've had better.
Enjoy it while you can, dear.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's face it, when I get to Vermont, it's going to be harder to get my hands on it. Actually, it's probably for the best, really. I mean, there is a chance I've been doing too much of it.
I just don't know about putting up with you for those first couple weeks.
Eh, Actually, I think I'll be fine, if only because I'll actually have, like, the ability to exercise.
Moo.
Um, like seriously, I thought moving here to San Diego, I thought it was going to be like I'd be exercising constantly, but it turns out that getting to a place where you can rollerblade reliably, it takes a lot. So
That's
that's another reason I'm
unfortunate.
looking forward to Vermont is because I have access to at least two different bike paths and very easy access at that.
I don't have the coordination of rollerblade or skateboard or anything like that.
I'll also have access to a bicycle.
Meow, meow, meow. I've got access to a bicycle. I just don't have access to the legs it takes to do the hills around here.
So you're saying you haven't a leg to bike on?
Right.
Okie doke.
That was one of the downsides here. I mean, this is the nicest apartment I've had in, what, say 30 years. But I live on top of a hill, and just getting around is not easy.
Sorry, I don't know why, but my brain, when you said you were living on a hill, for some reason my brain went to on top of Old Smoky. You know that one?
There you go. At least it didn't go to the fool on the hill.
On top of spaghetti, all covered in cheese. Anyway.
I remember that one.
uh,
It rolled off the table and onto the floor, and then my poor meatball rolled out the back door.
Yeah, we had a different version of that.
Okay.
Like they're saying it bounced to the ceiling and down to the floor, and then my poor meatball was not anymore. Like that, there was like a whole thing about how it would go all over the room because see, it's a ball and it bounces, even though it's made out of meat. Was part of the premise, you see. And
Okay.
yeah, there was a lot more. These things get updated, I guess.
And
I
then
miss my dad's spaghetti sauce. It was more like a meat sauce, and and the way he made it, it could almost be a meal in itself.
Nice. That sounds really good.
oh yeah, you did the spaghetti sauce that was kind of like the Cincinnati chili sauce. I think it started out as a meat sauce and then kind of morphed into the stuff that you get now at Skyline. Um, that was the first episode of Transgender Chef I ever filmed. I haven't had Cincinnati chili in years. I've got to make some.
Yeah, that was one of my grandmother's recipes, but unfortunately I don't remember exactly how to make it.
Okay, then. Yeah, it's all in the seasonings.
I mean, this spaghetti sauce, you basically threw the kitchen cabinet at it.
Uh huh. Yeah. And what's really great about that stuff is, like for example, you do a 5-way chili. You put the spaghetti on the plate, and then spoon the sauce over it. Let's see, that's two of the ways. And then you drop kidney beans on it, onions, and cheese, shredded cheddar. God, that stuff is yummy and tasty.
I don't know. When I think of cheese, usually I like the more like Swiss, Gouda, Monterey Jack, mozzarella. Those are the cheeses I tend to gravitate toward.
Okay, then.
You know, the milder, creamier ones.
Okay.
Like sometimes even cheddar is too intense for me.
Mmm.
And of course, I will always have a certain affection for, like American cheese and nacho cheese.
Da capastoni. And then there's nothing like Swiss cheese on a wonderful Reuben. Yay.
Sure.
There's a bagel joint not too far from me, and every now and then I'd go there and get just pastrami and Swiss on a plain bagel, and that is nummity nummity.
Oh, yeah, sure, definitely.
Like, I mean, nothing else. It's just pastrami and Swiss on a plain bagel, like not even any condiments or nothing.
Yeah.
And it's so good.
For me, the sharper the cheese, the better.
Nah, see, when cheese starts to get like that, it starts, honestly, to smell like vomit, and that makes me not want to eat it. Even if it's like absolute ambrosia when you're tasting it, the smell just screams, stay away, this is poison.
Okay.
You
Now,
know, it's like there are times I actively have to suppress a gag reflex walking through the cheese aisle.
Okay.
Because a lot of it just smells like it's not just gone bad, but gone bad, bad, bad. You know what I mean? Like I'm sorry, but blue cheese smells like something that needs to be thrown out.
Well, it is basically mold on there.
Why would anyone eat that? Unless it got them like really fucking high, why would anyone eat that? I'm just saying.
Moo.
Now, one thing I do find odd is that, like, provolone is one of those cheeses that smells like vomit, but I found that if you melt it, that starts to mild out. Like, I would actually get these what was it, triple cheese pesto sandwiches at this coffee shop nearby, and they would use provolone. But I don't know if it was a mild provolone, if it was just regular provolone, but either way, it was melted, like, panini style. And, well, it was good. Like it tasted like cheese ought to. So it seems like melting provolone makes it not nasty.
Okay.
Well, that's just me saying. Hi, Xander. No, you stay down there, buddy. All right. Kitty treat. Xander, kitty treat. There you go. Oh, Xander, that was supposed to be Columbia's treat. Xander, get away. Columbia. There you go. There you go. That greedy little bastard isn't going to get your kitty treat this time. There you go. And now Xander's up on my lap begging. They are so cute.
Please, Mom, can I have some more?
Right. I don't know. These little bastards have gotten greedier and greedier. Like, I'm feeding them 3 times a day now, and they still beg for more. And I'm like, I know I'm feeding you plenty. Xander's licking at my hands where I was holding the kitty treats. Like, what, did they put catnip in these things?
I don't know, but I have seen that.
I got this kitty crack stuff that's supposed to be like high potency catnip, and Columbia was eating it, and Xander wasn't affected by it at all. And Columbia didn't seem to be affected by it either. She just seemed to feel the need to eat it. It was very strange. I actually had to look it up. I wanted to make sure that wasn't going to hurt her. Because most of the cats I've seen on catnip are usually just like smelling it and rolling around in it rather than eating it. But Columbia was yumming it up, and I didn't want her to get hurt by it. Turns out it's fine. But you know, part of being a responsible cat owner is making sure that you're not leaving stuff around that might hurt them. Because let's face it, sometimes cats are pretty stupid. I've watched Xander eat clumps of his own fur that were just sitting there on the floor.
Yeah, I've seen cats do that too.
Well, the weird thing is that Xander is like the only cat I've seen do that. At least they're the ones I've had.
Oh, but you got cat crack. Okay.
Yeah.
Smoke that'll really get you out there.
That's the stuff. They don't go as nuts for it as I thought they would, but oh well. Oh, there. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Xander seems a little scared of catnip. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just too strong for him. But he backs away from the container like he thinks it'll hurt him. Oh well. Ooh, wow. That is very pungent, I believe is the term I'm looking for. All right, you two, go to town. No, huh? Oh. Before I sell this place, gonna have to get someone in here to actually rip up all of the carpet and replace it. Which is part of why I'm actually okay with sprinkling catnip all over it. Because let's face it, well, it's not important to keep it clean anymore, is it? I mean, I am quite literally walking around on garbage, even if my feet are only touching carpet. At this point, it's Schrodinger's carpet. It's either floor or garbage. You know, is it a walking surface or trash? We don't know until we check. I know, I'm mangling Schrodinger's cat, but still, it popped into my head.
Yay.
Yeah, not too far off.
You know, it was a tortured joke that didn't work as well as I'd like.
Well, Schrodinger's cat was actually intended to show how absurd the whole thing was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know, it always amuses me when a name ends in inger. Like, what's that one dude, Adam, I think, Kinzinger? And I always want to know if he zings his kin. I think it's Adam. Kinzinger is his name, Kinzing. And I'm like, well, it looks like he zings his kin. It's kind of like that picture of the flamethrower. It's like, this is a Flammenwerfer. It werfs Flammen. You know, it's that kind of thing. Or it's just, you know, something like a name that ends in a way that makes it sound like a verb. Always, you know, it's like Jennifer. Does she, in fact, Jennif? These are the kinds of things that go through my head constantly. Like, if people could hear what was going on in my head, they'd wonder how the hell I've stayed sane this long. It's like almost everything gets turned into either an acronym or a spoonerism or an anagram or something. Like, just constantly. I can't turn that off.
We're supposed to think you're sane?
Well, I fake it, apparently. No, I do think that's more of like an autism thing.
Yeah.
Like one of the traits is obsessing. Another one is noticing shit other people don't. And I'm very language oriented. It makes sense. Hmm.
Stuff to say?
Well, I'm just thinking about stuff that would be very difficult to express verbally. I don't know. Also, trying to decide what I'm going to do with the rest of my today, because obviously we can't do this forever. I don't know what I want to do. Probably work on some animation stuff, maybe play a little VR. I don't know, but I got to think of more to do. Kind of bored.
I can think of a lot of things to do. It's just getting around to doing them that the problem is.
Well, then they don't count as something to do they?
Yeah, it's stuff I gotta do here. I mean, like I say, I've gotta make this place look like someplace a human would live.
Well, I guess though what I'm saying is that within the available pool of things I can do, I gotta think of one of those to do, and I'm having a difficult time of it.
Set fire to the cat?
I said want to do.
Moo.
Oddly enough, I don't want to immolate either of my two felines.
Meow.
Set fire to the state?
Say that again?
Set fire to the state?
Set fire to the state of
Yeah.
California?
Yeah, sure.
I think we've had enough of those wildfires, haven't we?
I guess so.
Uh, so yeah, I mean, I have a whole bunch of stuff I could do in VR. I have a bunch of video games I still haven't played yet. I don't know.
Or something.
Or I suppose I could just sack out on the floor with some really bad screwball movies and get stoned. That's always an option.
Well, there you go. Sack out on the floor with some screwball movies, couple screwball kitties.
What's that expression from like way back when? It was tune in, turn off, and shut down or something? Tune in, shut off, tune down. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and I'm trying to remember now. Damn it.
Yeah. Let me see. Maybe turn on, tune in, drop out. Turn on, tune in, drop out is a counterculture phrase popularized by Timothy Leary in 1966. In 67, he spoke at the Human Being, a gathering of 30,000 hippies in Golden Gate Park, San Francisco, and phrased the famous words, turn on, tune in, drop out. So, yeah. I mean, Timothy Leary, he's like the dude with the LSD, isn't he?
Yeah, huh?
Let's see. Oh, hey, they actually explain it. Turn on and go within to activate your neural and genetic equipment. Become sensitive, blah, 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 blah. Drop out, suggest an active, selective, graceful process of detachment from involuntary or unconscious commitments. Drop out. Then self reliance, the discovery of one's singularity, blah, blah, blah. Boy, oh boy, did I misinterpret this. I'll be honest, first time I heard it, I thought, like, turn on was like get high, tune in, was like turn on the TV, and drop out was don't give a shit, just sack out on the couch.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can see how someone might get that interpretation, eh? Especially given
Uh-huh.
context. You
Yeah.
know? It's like, here we got a dude who does a lot of LSD who wants us to turn on, tune in, and drop out. It sure sounds to me like that's, watch the eyelid movies while you get completely tripping.
Moo.
I'm just saying.
It was strange.
Hmm. Well, I mean, like, I remember seeing some of those wacky ass pictures of the Beatles with that one ashram dude named Ram Dass and all of that.
Yeah.
I always thought it was funny when, like, I started really getting into computers and, there were CD-ROM drives and DOS systems and all of that. And I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it sounds like you could definitely make a ROM DOS joke about computers, couldn't you?
Well, if you stretched it a little bit, yeah, you could actually.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird, the whole, like, meditation crapple. I've never understood why that's supposed to help anybody. By the same token, being a bit on the neurodivergent side and, attention deficit disorder and all of that, no wonder sitting and trying to think of nothing doesn't work.
Hmm.
I mean, seriously, like, a lot of people think meditation is one size fits all, and it sure as fuck isn't.
Yeah.
I mean that is actually one of the most difficult things. I have the most difficult time trying to get people to understand that their remedy for this, that, or the other thing doesn't work for everybody. Not everyone's built like you. Not everyone thinks like you. They're not always going to react to your cure the same way. Yeah, it's like
Oh
people go,
my.
"Oh, well, you just haven't meditated properly. Here, sit this way, breathe that way." I'm like, dude, fuck off. It's not going to work for me.
Well, maybe if you take one leg and put it behind your head.
Right. No, I mean, the thing is that, like, I have found ways to achieve more or less what I'm told meditation is supposed to do by doing completely other things. I have found that what gets me actually into that sort of state of, like a meditative state is actually if I wear myself the fuck out physically and then just sack out somewhere. If anything's going to turn off the brain monkeys, it's that. It's not going to be trying to sit while everything around me is making noise and every bit of me hurts because this is an unnatural position to be in. No, no. It's going to happen from, like, wearing myself out to the point where I probably can't fucking think. And then I'll be like, a lot more introspective.
Okay then.
So, like I say, I mean, these things are not one size fits all, but I had meditation crammed down my throat from a young age, as if it would be the cure for everything. And I don't even mean by my parents, although them too.
Oh my.
And the worst part is trying to get people who are new to you to back off when they're suggesting meditation. Like you can't tell them, dude, meditation ain't gonna work for me. I know it's not. And you have to say that like 5, 6, 7 times. You have to say, I've tried it. I've tried it. It doesn't work. I've tried. Eventually, like, what is that expression? There is no greater zealot than the recent convert, or something. That
Something
kind
like
of
that.
thing. Where it's like these people love meditation so much and they want to share it with the world, and it's like, dude, I've had this experience. Back off. I don't know. It's just it's so frustrating. Just getting people to understand it's not one size fits all.
It's interesting to see an anime tackle this issue.
Hmm? Say that again?
Yes.
Whoa.
It's a comedy anime.
I'm trying to. Uh, okay. Um, okay. I think it would probably help if I was familiar with the character at all.
Basically, they were trying to make it's a monster development department,
Okay.
and that was one of the monsters they made. It was supposed to be this guy, and the big boss came in and said, "Oh, I want something cute and more feminine." So they whipped up a female body, but they didn't have time or the budget to change the brain. So it's a male brain
Ah,
and a female body.
gotcha. That seems like that would be a very strange thing to experience.
So they made a trans character.
Fair enough. I don't know. That is something I've thought about with Quinn Redshift. Like, not about trans stuff, but about like making aliens that don't have obvious gender roles, or if they do, it's not the sort of thing you'd expect out of an Earth society. You know?
Moo.
I mean, because that is one of the things I've really wanted to do when creating an alien race. Most of the aliens that you see are either completely incomprehensible, like they're just complete and utter animals or savages, or they are just some reworking of something from Earth. And I'm trying really hard to avoid that. It's not as easy as you might think.
Well,
maybe
right.
have maybe have them change sex every few years.
I don't know. I mean, I've thought about maybe something where it's like, and I think this was done by Heinlein and Red Planet, where the adults are female and the children are male, or vice versa. Where it's like they go through a cocoon stage. And it's like fertilization takes place in one direction at one age and the other direction at the other age, or something. I don't know. But even just beyond biology, though, it's like if there's a set of characters that behave in certain ways, well, I've tried to think of societies that are not built along traditional human lines, and it's not easy. Like, even just coming up with alien religions, that it's really hard to not copy either the Abrahamic, Norse, or Greco-Roman pantheons for creating an alien religion. I've been trying to come up with ways to create one that doesn't just read Earth to people, that doesn't read heaven and hell and Yahweh and all that shit to people just on an alien planet. Um, One of the things I've been thinking about doing is trying to shake up the notion of a light side and a dark side, where it turns out that like the light side is actually more sort of like manual labor, physical, and looking at the world itself, the universe itself, the structure of it, where the dark side was more imagination and art and all of that stuff, the search for the unknown. So also like science disciplines would probably straddle both sides and all of that stuff. Where like Quinn would encounter this, and the first time he hears about light side and dark side, of course, everyone, including Quinn, is thinking the Force, is thinking good versus evil. And maybe that will get in the way of understanding this society, where light and dark are actually describing more like a method of learning, or a method of approaching the world, kind of thing. Where it's like light side is very straightforward and dark side is more introspective.
It also starts with something that seems completely ridiculous, like worshipping cheese, and then finding the way of playing it up in a serious manner.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is I am trying to come up with something serious. I don't want to make it silly, and that also makes it harder.
I mean, let's start off as a basis of it being silly, and then kind of work it into an actual thing.
One technique for writing that I saw recently that I thought was interesting was actually to start at the end and work backward to the beginning.
Yeah, that's one
Because
way.
I have found it difficult at times to figure out how to go from like A to Z. But when I think about going from Z to A, I can see how one thing might have led to another a lot more easily.
Yeah, that works sometimes.
Man. Ah, well, I don't know.
There's also the writing method of just letting the characters do what they want.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can do that. I mean, because usually I have a goal in mind, a story to tell. And if I just let the characters do what they want, it starts getting kind of dull because they don't end up doing anything. I don't know.
I don't
Maybe,
know.
maybe I could give that a whirl, come up with a couple of characters and put them in a world and then just see what happens, but I don't know. I do occasionally come up with interesting scenarios, some of them wacky, some of them not. And I never do anything with them because, like, it would end up taking up a lot of time that I've already got earmarked for other things, but it might be fun to experiment with some of them.
Oh my.
Is it just me or does the chat not have timestamps anymore?
Oh, you can toggle that.
You can?
Really?
Oh, you know what? A while back I had to like reset a bunch of cookies and crap. There we go.
Yeah, did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. I was like, well, okay.
Yeah, mine were missing as well. I wonder if they just shut it off as an auto thing.
I don't know. I actually, when I like reset all of the cookies and stuff, I thought my Wordle stats were kept online, like in a cloud somewhere. And it turns out that no, it was part of like cached data or something, or a cookie, or some of that web shit, behind the scenes web shit. And so when I cleared all of that data, it got rid of all of my Wordle results, and so now I don't have my stats anymore. I had to start over from zero.
Oh, that sucks.
Hmm. Oh well. Just fair warning: if anyone tells you to wipe your web data, that will happen.
Yeah, moo.
I don't play Wordle, so
Eh, it's a decent little time waster. I mean, it's like what 5, 10 minutes out of the day if it's particularly tough word. I mean,
Oh, it's fun.
yeah, it's a nice little wake me up every
He-
morning.
Haven't screwed with it in a couple of weeks, but it's okay.
Eh. I play it every morning. It's part of my routine now, part of my like email check and all of that.
Yeah, kadasta. Or as they say tayu korostu.
Okay, who is this they you keep referencing?
Well, they is the them.
I think I have a copy of them somewhere. Yep, there it is.
Okay.
I must have watched it at some point, mustn't I have?
do they live?
Well, I don't know, but them over there. I don't know. Is that if
Oh.
them is the giant ant movie? You see?
Moo.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't think they've done a giant ant movie in a very long time. Like a lot of giant spiders for sure, but ants not so much.
Then there was the deadly bees.
Okay. I don't know.
The way things have been going, I kind of miss the murder hornets.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever happened to them anyway?
Oh, they were much more interesting than some of the other crap that's happening these days. Like, I would definitely take the murder hornets over Betty White being dead before her 100th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
huh?
You know.
But what I would like to see is the Murder Hornets versus Ted Cruz.
I'd like to see Ted Bundy versus Ted Cruz.
Okay.
Uh, hmm. Yeah, well, I don't know. Ted Cruz is a weirdo. Does he look to anyone else like like a second tier villain out of a bad Tim Burton movie, which is redundant, but whatever. I mean, there's something about his face. He looks like someone who would be like the bumbling henchman to an evil wizard.
Well, whenever I see him, I see Grandpa Munster.
Basically what I'm getting at.
Well, he's described as most punchable face.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think there's some other people I would give that honor to. I don't know.
I think the whole Grandpa Munster Association may be why Cruz raised a beard.
That was definitely an improvement on him.
I don't know. There are some people where facial hair just makes them look ridiculous. I mean, right now I think Ted Cruz kind of looks a little bit like an owl. There was this picture going around for a little while where it said, "Get ready, owl legs," and it's like a picture of an owl, and then someone pushed all the feathers up. And I have to say, an owl where you can see its legs looks absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, they have pretty long legs.
Yeah, like you wouldn't think it because you look at an owl and it just sort of looks like they're wrapped up in a sleeping bag or something, and then it's easy to think that their feet, like their pelvis, is at the very bottom of their wings, but no, not so much. Here we go. Okay, let's share this. A tab. Owl legs. Right?
Yeah, huh?
Because, like I say, it just sort of looks like, oh, yeah, they've got these little feet. They'll waddle around like penguins, right? But no, not so much. He has a little tiny body and gigantic ass legs. It's funny. Or at least it's funny to me. He looks so businesslike, doesn't he? I don't know. I think it's funny. Well, anyway.
Moo.
There was also something I saw recently where it was like a picture of a gorilla with alopecia, and people were like, and this shows what we've always said: gorillas are freaking ripped, and it's true. This gorilla was just like covered in muscle. It was crazy.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember how it works. I think there's the mutation that denied humans all of that muscle or some shit like that.
I don't know about that, but this is the picture I was thinking about right here. I
Oh yeah, I was
mean,
just looking at that.
I mean, maybe these guys have a lot of muscle on them, don't they? And apparently, some gigantic monkey nads. We'll just scroll away from those. But yeah, kind of looks like an old wise dude from a George Lucas or Steven Spielberg movie, doesn't it? I don't know. I mean, there was a Muppet vibe to that last one. I could see someone in Hensonland making it. Just saying.
Oh, yeah, I was at the orangutan is wise man of the forest.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that because King Louis?
No, I think that's where they got the name from.
Oh. Okay. I don't know. I think it's weird because they're clearly orange. So why are you asking if they're orange or tan?
Yeah.
I don't know. This has gone through my head for decades. I think this might be the first time I've said it. Still seems to me that, like, if one of them's giving you a hard time, they're a orangutan.
Yes.
Is it?
Oh God. Ow. Oh my. Ow, 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 ow. 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 Guess we'll start with heat.
Okay.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, he's in there.
Ow.
Hey, buddy. Who's my little buddy boy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're my little buddy boy.
Okay, there's there. Ow.
He needs
ow.
to be reassured that he's my buddy boy.
Mm. And then once it heats up a little bit.
I don't know why cats do this. They will flop out of arm's reach and then expect you to pet them. Alexander, if you come to where I can reach you, I will continue the petting, but I am not walking all the hell the way over there for you.
Pay attention to me so I can ignore you.
Yes.
Right. Although I have noticed that he can be quite happy if all I do is dangle a hand over the edge of the chair. He'll just rub up against it and do all the work. And he seems quite satisfied with it. And I guess as long as he doesn't use me as a scratching post.
Yeah, that's not good when the cat decides to use the human as a scratching post.
Now you call him human.
Homo sapien.
Yeah. I don't know, that guy over there is an extraterrestrial. No homo.
Mm-hmm.
No? Alright. You know, it was weird. I was like in one of those VR poker rooms and I heard someone actually use gay to mean bad again. And I'm like, I thought we were past that from the 90s. You know, like, oh, I lost this hand. That's so gay. I'm like, really? We're still doing that?
I remember those television PSAs, yeah.
I mean, honestly, we're just like surrounded by tantrum throwing children. I'm a kid at heart, but they're children. If you see the distinction.
They is boofus.
I don't know.
Well, stretching your neck would help with that soreness.
I'm not sure exactly what'll help because I've seen the scans and they're not pretty.
Okay, so no one's gonna make a joke about stretching your neck? Alright, good. You know that's a euphemism for being hanged, right?
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's 3 of the discs are gone. It's bone on bone.
And you weren't doing regular backups.
Right.
Oop. Sander, am I going to have to convince you to stay the hell away from my vape?
So was that's 2 kidneys and 3 neck discs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what else is going to go within the next week or so, but I'm sure something's on the list.
Uh, left pinky toe.
Yeah.
Oh, Xander's making biscuits on my feet, and Columbia looks all content and sleepy on my computer. Cats are happy.
Mm.
See, I think the thing is, like, it's very cute when cats do the kneading thing, but I wish there was a timer where you could say, okay, that's enough of that. Let's just ding. Okay, now you're gonna sit, right? Because Xander does this crap for like 10 minutes before he sits down, doesn't he, Xander? Yes, he does. So,
I don't know how if it would work on your case, but basically what you do is you take a towel and you basically kind of put it behind your head, and you take the 2 ends and up to the front and just kind of gently pull up. So it just basically pulls your head up.
But how's that going to make Xander sit down quicker?
I'm talking about her neck.
Oh.
Well, I've got a machine that'll do that. It's just really difficult to get the head strap on right.
That's
You
what she
can
said.
adjust the strap basically with the towel. You can do it manually.
Xander, you little putz, sit. Sit.
I don't know. Maybe something to try. As if it doesn't hurt too much.
Oh, I know. It used to work years ago.
Okay, Xander, please, I assure you, those biscuits are well needed, okay?
But years ago, I had discs. I don't have them anymore.
So what, is like something getting pinched in between the vertebrae or what?
Yeah, I think there's some nerve pinching going on.
But I mean, like nerve pinching that would have been prevented had the discs still been there.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Basically, there's like there's stuff between the joints, and that keeps the 2 bones from touching. That's gone, and it's just bone
Yeah.
on bone rubbing, and so the nerve is getting irritated.
Well, is it nerves in the bone or nerves around the bones?
I think it's nerves that are going through the bones because there
Okay.
are tunnels in the bones that the nerves go through.
Could be
Gotcha.
both, really.
Xander, why are you okay? Never
Yeah,
mind.
this has been going on. I mean, well, it's not the case that the discs have been gone this long, but this stuff has been going on for over 40 years. I was 22 years old when I started developing symptoms.
So, like, do they know what made them dissolve, or is it just like a mystery?
They lay it off to wear and tear, so it may be the same thing as saying we don't know.
Well, it sounds like, I mean, how could it be that much wear and tear already if it was in your 20s? Were you playing football or something?
No, I wasn't playing football or anything. I don't know where it would have come from, where all the.
Well, then that to me sounds like they were just full of dookie.
Barakatosta.
No, dookie.
Jaha. Tayo korostu.
Well, it's funny to me. Indeed, sometimes a little startling to me, how doctors can be such prima donnas, let's call it, where like they don't like to use another doctor's diagnosis. They don't like to talk to patients who tell them things that patients who know about themselves better than the doctor would. etc., etc. They don't like to listen. Oh yeah, the previous doctor put me on these meds for this reason. Well, let's shake that up. It's like they're not happy unless they've pissed in the soup a little bit first.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Yep.
I mean, like when you find a good doctor, I can't say I hate doctors, but it's hard to find a good doctor. One who doesn't set your teeth on edge.
Oh,
Oh.
here's a nice little story. You know, they change every time they change the people handling my healthcare, or I get my doctor changes. So I hadn't met this doctor before, or when I need to go and get the diagnosis for my arthritis. I went in there, fill out all the paperwork. They went into the back room. The doctor comes in, starts doing the exam. Another doctor walks in, which was the doctor I was supposed to be seeing.
Uh-huh.
So this other guy was just doing around, and it wasn't even the doctor I was supposed to see.
I don't know. It's just
So
like when I saw the like neurologist who was closer to me, because I couldn't keep going to the same guy during the pandemic. It just got too spendy. Um, when I saw that guy, like he wanted to do this sleep depth study, which is not for the kind of seizures I was having, right? And no amount of explaining to him, dude, you're doing this thing for like the photosensitive people, and that wasn't me. My seizures were triggered by food, by vasoconstrictors, and he wouldn't fucking hear it. And then when I switched back to my first neurologist and started telling him about that, he's like, "Yeah, that guy was being a wank, and you were right." And I was like, "I know I am." And it's so difficult to deal with these people sometimes because they have such an inflated view of themselves that like they don't want you to argue because I'm the doctor kind of thing. It's just frustrating.
oh yeah, when I went there, I specifically said, okay, I know I have some kind of arthritis. I need to know what type. Can you give me the test for that? And these are the types I think I might have. Uh, so they did blood work. I come back, like a week or so later to get the results. They never did the tests. They tested for a bunch of other stuff like diabetes and stuff.
Oh,
So I had to.
yeah.
So I'm not actually talking to the actual right doctor this time. And he's like, well, I wasn't here. I told him why I went there in the first place. And I was like, okay, so I had to get the blood test done again, and come
Oh.
back again.
Well, it's like just even the difficulty I've had getting the vein stabby blood taking people to use the right frickin' veins, the ones that are actually visible instead of digging around in my Krellbow. It's like I shouldn't have to argue about that shit. I didn't have to say, dude, you're gonna root around in there 5 times before you find a vein. Here's a big juicy one on the back of my hand. Use that. I shouldn't have to argue about that. You know.
Yeah.
So I like eventually, hopefully, my pharmacist, because it's a new guy now, will be like, oh yeah, I remember you, the one who never needs the paperwork because she's been on these meds for like 10 years.
Yeah, okay then.
Because they keep trying to go. So you want your paperwork? You want it in a bag? I'm like, dude, I've been coming here for ages. I just take the pills. Come on. And there's a couple of pharmacists who work there who know me that well, but this new guy, no. Kind of sucks going to a pharmacy long enough to where like you're on a first name basis with everybody.
Oh, I know that feeling. Yeah.
I don't like that. Oh well. But the way things are looking, I'm going to be on the same meds probably for the rest of my life. So.
Oh my.
I mean, like, I was taking them for the seizures. Now they want me to take them for the autism. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to stop fighting with you people. I'll take the fucking lamotrigine. I don't know. No matter how much I don't like it. I suppose the reason I don't like it, and we may have mentioned this before, is because it's the same as, like, recurring payments. It never ends. It's like I want to see a goal in sight somewhere. It's like I don't want to have to keep doing this forever. I would very much like to be at a point where I'm no longer paying the price for whatever it is I'm after. Good health? Well, can I be healthy and in a way where I don't need pills to keep it up, please?
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah.
And I mean, I guess technically I kind of am because, I don't have to take something for autism, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to have seizures again if I stop those brain meds, just because they did cauterize that area. But I don't know. I mean, it's just not worth fighting with them about it anymore.
Oh, I
Uh,
don't know. I'd like to be given some meds that actually did something decent,
hmm.
but they don't like to prescribe painkillers to people who need them.
Well, it's funny. Like the times I've gone into the emergency room with like an injury, I keep telling them, look, you can give me aspirin, it won't help. Only the really hard stuff helps, and I don't want that. So no, thank you. I'll just endure. But they still look at me like I went in there trying to score opiates. I'm like, dude, no, I just told you I turned those down before you could even offer them. Okay, leave me alone here.
Yeah, and I'm the one who needs the opiates, but most of them I can't have because of the kidney failure.
And I mean, it's absolutely true too. Like aspirin, Tylenol does nothing for pain. What does morphine and lidocaine,
Yeah,
right? And I'm sitting there thinking, I don't need those. I've had both, and they do tend to take the pain away. I don't like morphine that much though. But and honestly, like that time I smashed my ankle underneath the motor scooter. That time, I mean, I was in a fair amount of pain. I didn't need freaking morphine for it. You know.
yeah. When my broken ankle was surgically set, I got morphine, and boy, that was some good stuff. That took the pain right away.
Well, I found the lidocaine better because it wasn't so dehydrating.
Yeah, okay, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
But yeah, it I like seriously, I've never had aspirin or Tylenol do jack shit ever for anything.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
Tylenol actually only masks the pain. Or at least
Well,
that's what it's supposed to do. It's not actually getting rid of or reducing the inflammation or anything.
okay, but I don't feel less pain when I take it. You see,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm immune to it or if it's just that much pain or what. But I have never gotten better from anything or even felt better from anything with Tylenol. It's
Uh,
I took the pill and nothing happened
no, that
every time.
doesn't do me much good either. So.
Yeah. Also, it's probably for the best to turn one down at the hospital because they'll charge you $200 for it.
Yep.
I had my wisdom teeth removed. I'm not sure what they had me on, but I was hallucinating.
Cool.
Yeah, I tried sitting at my a key at my desk. Let's get my computer, and all the keys on my keyboard had little mouths on them that looked like they were moving.
Wait, was this after you got home then?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was the stuff that whatever they had me on for the painkiller was causing me to hallucinate.
Well, but I figured you meant you were hallucinating while you were in the chair.
No, I asked them to knock me out for the surgery, which I'm
Ah.
glad I did because when I went back for the checkup, the guy who did it said that was the hardest case he had seen of that type.
Hmm. I actually have all of my wisdom teeth still.
I think it was the
Oh.
bottom right one. They actually had to basically cut up into the mouth a little bit and break it apart in pieces to pull out.
Oh, fun. I never got two of mine. I had the mutation where you get only two of your wisdom teeth, and then those two were pulled.
Yeah, I had all four taken out at once, so
Uh, Mine are still there, and every time people see them, they're like, wow, I can't believe those are still healthy, but they are. So, yeah.
Yeah, mine were
But for
basically
some reason, it's always noteworthy to medical people.
coming in sideways.
Yowza.
Yeah, the my tooth in the front or is actually a little bit uh, catty corner because of that.
Okay, I do have one tooth that's a little bit turned more counterclockwise than it ought to be, but that's like not even noticeable. Funny thing is, my parents took me to like 3 or 4 dentists before they found one who wasn't trying to buy a new Maserati and said I didn't need braces. Do I look like I needed braces? You people have seen my face. Did I need braces? Because I didn't
No,
have any. I'm just saying.
Moo.
yeah, I also another thing I hallucinated with on that was this giant cockroach in my friend's bathroom.
Uh huh.
It
How
was
long did this go on for?
a couple of weeks.
What, really?
I had to be on the pain medicine for a while because of how long
Ow.
it took to heal up.
So it wasn't just the general anesthesia, it was the stuff you were on. Oh, huh.
Yeah, it was the stuff I was taking to block the pain when I was healing up.
So I guess my question is, did you have fun with it or was it scary?
I was kind of having fun with it.
Well, okay, here's another question. Like, did you ever hallucinate anything that was, fun or upbeat? Because it seems like most hallucinations are like terrifying or stressful. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, those are the two major ones I remember. But I
Um,
have had other hallucinations from other things.
I mean, I've had some, I guess I'll call them hallucinations, except my eyes were closed, so who knows what the fuck, from weed, where if it hits me just the right way, everything starts to look like old 1980s video games, the ones that are vector based, like Battlezone, you know? And it's just like lots of weird neon swirling colors that are fairly geometric. And I mean, I don't know. It's like just that's the closest I can really get. I can't point to something where an inanimate object started growing mouths or any crap. Every sort of hallucination I've had with weed has been with my eyes closed.
The most realistic hallucination I had was possibly brought on by stress. My mom was in the hospital and had to do some grocery shopping. I forgot one of the bags in the car. I went out and there was this girl in this black dress standing on the other side of the car. Or I thought it was somebody trying to sell me something. Uh, I just as I started opening my mouth to say something to her, she looked at me like with this shocked expression and completely vanished.
Huh.
I just kind of stood there for a minute, like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's huh.
I
Uh,
mean, looking back at it now, I know what the hell it was, but at first I was thinking, was that Ghost?
Well, I know that during some of the absence seizures, the auras, I would. Well, it's weird. Like I never really hallucinated exactly, but I did lose the ability to recognize familiar things. Like I knew I was on my way home. I didn't quite realize that I had left home about 3 or 4 buildings behind me because I didn't recognize where I was at all. I knew I was on a city street, but I didn't even know I lived in the city I was in, much less the fact that I just walked past my front door a few seconds ago.
Yeah, seizures and all that can do some pretty weird stuff to you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of the like auras and things were interesting. They weren't all like universally terrible, but it still came with a fair amount of fear because, well, all of a sudden nothing is what I recognize anymore. It wouldn't last very long, but it would last long enough to be creepy as fuck.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the hallucinations I've had were a result of some of the seizure epilepsy I've dealt with in the past. I mean, technically, I'm not cured, so.
Hmm. Well, I have wondered. I mean, because you hear stories about people who would have like epilepsy or whatever way back in the day, and instead of like, oh yeah, this person is epileptic, they'd be like, aha, this person is possessed, and either we have to kill them or they're a prophet, one or the other.
Yeah, in fact, my dad had epilepsy, and there's a couple of times he was baker acted because they thought he was crazy.
Hmm.
It was just a seizure he was going through.
Well, but I mean, way back in the day, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, someone would have a seizure and they'd be taken as the, like, wise mystic who goes into trances and tells people about stuff that's going to happen, that
Oh
kind of thing.
yeah, oh yeah. I'm sure that could be the case. I mean, if that was going on in the 80s and 90s, I can just imagine how things were hundreds of years ago before we even knew what the hell was going on.
Oh, I don't have to imagine. There are reports of it, there are records of it, there have been studies done. Like,
Yeah,
this did happen.
yeah. Interesting with my dad, they didn't have a diagnosis for what was going on with him until he had a seizure in the doctor's office.
Oh,
So it was,
okay.
and when the doctor actually saw him going into a seizure and saw what was going on, I was like, oh, that's what it is.
Hmm. Well, I mean, they did want to induce seizures with me while I was wearing like EEG wires, and there's video of that on YouTube. You can see it. I mean, they knew I was having seizures. They just wanted to know a heck of a lot more about them,
Yeah,
and that was what actually ended up leading to the possibility of curing them with brain surgery.
yeah. I remember going through a bunch of tests with epilepsy too. They put me on some CAT scan thing or MRI. Can't remember. I get one of
It's probably
those
if it was like me, it was the MRI.
big tube, slide you in, inject you with some dye.
Oh well, see, I don't remember being injected with dye for my MRIs.
Remember they actually wanted me to be asleep, and they gave me these pills that were supposed to knock me up, but instead they made me act drunk.
Well, that sounds like Valium, but like the brain surgery that I had went for about 8 hours, and most of that was me being in an MRI machine. Like they were trying to pinpoint exactly where in my noggin to start zapping with the laser thingy. And so they spent 8 hours making sure they had just the right target and just the right way to get there. And then, like, the actual operation was next to nothing.
I remember another one of these tests, they shoved some kind of probe or something up my nose, and it was like scanning the frontal lobe of my brain. I remember that was very uncomfortable. It felt almost like that. It wasn't nearly as big, but it felt like that thing from Total Recall where he's pulling the thing out
Yeah,
of his nose.
I knew that's where you were going. I knew as soon as you said it felt just like that thing. I was like, Total Recall's coming.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that sounds really unpleasant. I remember like a very famous trope through like all of the 80s action movies was if you hit someone's nose with the heel of your hand, you'll jam it up into their brain and kill them. Like that was very much a thing in 80s action movies, and I seem to remember it being disproved and then reproved and then disproved again or some shit. One of those.
I'm not so sure if that actually works.
Yeah. But that was very common. That was you see all of your Stallones and Schwarzeneggers doing that crap.
Yeah. There's one other I remember I can't remember exactly how they had me hooked up. It was this little thing that was like doing little like a piece of paper with the going back and forth. And
Huh?
every time I'd like clear my throat or even move slightly, the thing would go wild. So I was starting to kind of get bored where it's sitting there. So I started messing with it. And the person trying to take the readings was like, stop that.
Well, I mean, I think I mentioned this like either the last time or the time before, where I noticed that if I stopped breathing, a certain machine would start to beep, right? And so I would like deliberately hold my breath for a sec, and I would make sure, yeah, it seems to be timed with my breaths. Huh? Interesting. Like I noticed from that I have this weird tendency to hold my breath just randomly out of nowhere. Like I think it seems to happen more when I'm concentrating on something. I just sort of forget to breathe until I really start to notice how critical it's gotten. It's weird.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Moo.
Hi,
Yeah,
Purple.
always just a bit quirky. Hey, perps.
Oh, is there the purple in there? Yay.
How's you doing?
Moo Taro Costa.
Something about banana bread and a koosh ball.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tayo korostu.
Uh,
Yeah, you and I both, Purple.
Sirens going off.
Do they
People
round
getting
up?
themselves into trouble.
What do they round up that band that was playing at 6 in the morning?
It wasn't a band, it was a DJ.
Hmm.
And it doesn't sound like there's any more music still, but, well, that doesn't change the fact that I was irritated. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I have nothing against loud music, but it was 6 a.m. The sun wasn't up yet.
Moo.
You know, I had just gotten to bed around 1. I wasn't ready to be awake. I don't get enough sleep as it is.
Yeah.
And
Lately,
you know, if they just set up 1 block further, what is it, east, there would be fewer residences around. It was mostly businesses, you know? But like 1 block east, I still would have heard them, but it wouldn't have waken me up.
yeah. Lately, these past few nights, I've been only getting maybe about 4 hours of sleep and waking up and can't seem to get back to sleep.
That's the worst, isn't it? Because then you're all drag ass around about dinner time, and you're like, well, if I go to sleep now, it'll just make things worse. So I gotta stay up long enough to go to sleep at bedtime. But then by the time bedtime rolls around, you've either drunk so much caffeine or kept yourself awake so much that now you can't fucking sleep, and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I find it unpleasant.
Yeah, this past couple nights I've woken up about 4 in the morning. Well, I guess it's better than sleeping until noon.
Is it?
I can at least get things done in the morning then.
Well, I don't know. I find if I wake up at noon, I'm usually raring to go and actually get more done. You know, like if I try to wake myself up when I've been awakened before I'm ready, I usually fail. My efforts do not succeed.
Moo.
Yeah, I think it might be time to think seriously about like food.
Yeah, I think maybe kind of, because getting a little on the hungry side, and I mean, I get to eat today, and then tomorrow I don't get to eat.
Hmm. And I do have some of that like extra noodle Lipton soup packet thingies, and I do like the extra noodles.
Noodles is good.
Yeah.
I should have got another packet of udon, but did not do that. Oh well.
Yeah, what I'm going to be making for dinner is going to be lasting me next 5 days.
You know what I don't ever want to eat? Couscous.
Oh, I love that stuff.
Of course you do.
It's yummy and tasty and nutritious and delicious and packed with
You
vitamins
can
and
have
minerals.
all of mine because I want nothing to do with it. That stuff's nasty.
Not sure what that is.
I forget which grain that is. Let me look.
You know what else I don't want? Tabbouleh. In fact, I'm not sure I'm 100% certain if I know the difference between the two. I think the two words have melded together in my head where I could use them interchangeably, and honestly, I at least would know what I meant, but no one else might. I don't know.
Oh, okay. It's durum wheat semolina, and it's rolled into granules. And the way I make it is start with the dry stuff, crack an egg into it, and fry that a little bit, and then add water and treat it like oatmeal.
Ugh. Oatmeal.
Oh, I love oatmeal.
Ugh.
So this stuff is
It-
very
oatmeal, you
bland.
might as well just eat like paste with twigs in it. Oatmeal.
It is a little on the bland side. It tastes like whatever you put in it.
Well, it's not just the taste, though. Honestly, I can take the taste, it's that texture, that sludgy, slimy, just like the only word I have is glop.
Well, the way I make it, it's a little on the dry side, which you may or may not appreciate more.
Let's put it this way. I would say forget oatmeal. Let's just have granola. I mean, as long as there's no raisins.
Okay, yeah, that works.
You know, I mean, granola at least is not sludge. There's crunchy bits to it. The milk stays a uniform consistency. It's not like you're trying to eat gel that has seaweed strewn through it.
Well, my oatmeal is a little on the dry side as well, so.
I don't know. It's just maybe it's just the people around me don't know how to prepare this stuff, but I've never had oatmeal where I didn't feel like I was eating something I shouldn't be eating because it came from an alien planet and will inhabit my brain.
Okay.
Like seriously, it's like someone took Jello and rolled it around underneath the fridge for a little while. That's kind of what oatmeal is like.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's what I've got to do. I've got to make a bunch of oatmeal. Not an oatmeal. I got to make a bunch of Jello.
Well, you know what there's always room for?
There's always room for couscous.
Jello. You know, I'm actually a little irritated. I would love to get some Jello pudding pops again, but not only can I not find Jello pudding pops, I can't find generic versions without the actual Jello name on the pudding pops. I can't find that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
there was always something. I don't know what it was, but there was something about that quality where you take like the very first bite of a pudding pop and there's that sort of skin of ice around it.
Mm-hmm.
But like it was right because I was on an '80s nostalgia group and someone brought up pudding pops and I mentioned that and got like 1,000 likes. It was one of those things where I'm like, yeah, every '80s kid had that experience and it's just part of it. That like when I say there's that bond that we all share, you say something as simple as the skin of ice around a pudding pop and everyone else is like, uh-huh. You know, it's just those little things that united us. It's hard to explain, but it's there.
Oh, my. That's the sort of thing where there are many of us who remember breaking a popsicle in half, which I guess you just don't do anymore.
Well, very few of them come in the double stick format anyway.
Yeah, because back in the day, they almost all came that way. I mean,
Which, honestly, I never really understood. It just seems so extra awkward.
well, I guess that's where you and your friend could share one popsicle.
Hmm.
Then must have two popsicles.
Yeah, why? I mean, these days we just have one side as a single popsicle. It's so much easier.
Yeah, what do you
Just
do?
well, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's probably the same mentality that would put hot dogs in packs of 8 and hot dog buns in packs of 6 or whatever. You know that
there you go.
it's funny because it's like such an old joke that they don't do it anymore. Like the hot dog buns and hot dogs come in the same quantities now. Like the joke isn't even relevant anymore.
Finally, okay.
But I mean, there's a lot of things like that. I mean, oh, what was the other one? It wasn't the hot dog buns, but there was another one where they had just sort of made the joke moot. I'll think of it, but yeah, just little things like that. Oh, I remember the tag on the mattress that you're not supposed to remove.
All
Right? You know how many
right.
jokes were about like there's mattress police and they'll bust all of us. Well, they've changed the tag now to say that it's like the retailer can't remove it. The end user, you're fine, but it's not allowed to be removed by the person who's selling it. That way it has the authenticity, the manufacturer's guarantee that this really is their mattress or that kind of thing, right? So they've reprinted those tags now to say who's not allowed to remove it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they took that joke away. Makes me wonder what else there is that I haven't really noticed. I mean, how many this end up things no longer say it or say it extra, that kind of thing.
Moo.
Or maybe I'm the only one who thinks of this stuff. Well, I don't know.
Tanto
Am
che
I?
stai che però dopo il colore che deve scienza che da copo paniano.
What about a piano?
Nie górasz tu.
Uh, huh. Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
was he?
speaking of which, has the neighborhood gone yet?
I haven't seen the neighborhood go, no.
I mean, I actually haven't been looking at the chat for a little while. I've been doing other stuff, but uh, yeah,
Unless
I
he's
don't know.
hiding in here somewhere.
Oh, when have you ever known him to lurk?
Oh my. It
Yeah.
is the Biggie Boo Goo, the Fitzy
Oh my
Footsie.
gosh!
What?
I don't have to be here, I paused my game to be here.
Oh, let's see. We got roll, which is basically watery oatmeal.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
are.
Let's see, gruel, oatmeal, and porridge. That's the other one. Porridge.
It's a thinner version of porridge, according to Wiki.
Now, okay, when I think of any of these things, I tend to think of them as being effectively the same, like at least made out of the same stuff, more or less. But then I remember that old nursery rhyme. What is it? Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold. Like, did people make porridge out of peas, or am I missing a reference somewhere?
I do believe it's porridge made from those round seeds, yeah.
All right.
Although they spelled it in a
I mean,
strange
wouldn't that
way.
just be pea soup at that point?
In its own way.
Or would that be porridge with peas?
Well, you mean like chili con frijoles?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because most people will think chili beans, but actually, real chili doesn't have beans. But chili con frijoles is chili with beans. You see.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, okay. Peas porridge is usually split yellow peas. So yeah, often cooked with a bacon or ham joint. Looks like pea soup.
Yeah, it sounds like pea soup to me. I don't know. But I still don't understand that nursery rhyme though. Was it peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot? 5 days old? It's either 5 or 9. It's like what what does that even mean?
Well, let's see. Origins of this rhyme were unknown.
It's like I was pretty old when I found out that when that little piggy went to market, it didn't mean they went shopping.
Yeah.
It's just, well, I mean, maybe part of it was just, you hear stories about the three little pigs alongside, this little piggy, blah, blah, blah. So it's really easy to think that this little piggy is, some anthropomorphic little pig made by Disney. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's probably where the bias came from. It's kind of like, if someone just said Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, are you necessarily going to picture a giant egg without all of the cultural bias in that direction?
Not necessarily, no.
It's like there's nothing in the Humpty Dumpty rhyme to suggest egg shapes. So I mean, it's one of those things. Like there are these things we just say, and no one knows what the frick they mean anymore. I don't know. It's like missing the forest for the trees. I know we've had this discussion before too. Like missing it for the trees makes it sound like you're doing it on behalf of the trees. You know?
Well, to the modern ear, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's my point. Is like we haven't updated these things to make sense to a modern ear. We haven't reworked them. That's kind of why, like, I like to say that the exception illuminates the rule rather than proves it. You see what I'm saying?
Daiu korostu.
Yeah, it's like the exception calls the rule to attention. It brings it to the forefront. It shows us what we had been taking for granted. So, I don't know. There's lots of little things like that where I wish we were a smidge more specific. Or updated stuff so that anybody could understand it, not just some schmuck from, 17th century England. Also, I wish I could remember how old I was when I first really made the distinction that it's not medieval, it's medieval.
Yeah.
Like, because let's face it, my brain even now says, ah, yes, this is the middle of evil. We started at upper evil and we're working our way down to lowest evil. Right now, it's medieval times. You see that sort of it's like, yeah. I don't remember when I first realized that it wasn't medieval, but it took some getting used to. I know that. It would be kind of interesting, though, to do some animated thing maybe called Medieval, where it's a bunch of like monsters who are, like middle tier minions of the Dark Overlord or whatever. Medieval. I don't know. Or middle school in hell.
I was just looking up the Civil War thing called Hellfire Stew. Not as good as it sounds.
Okay.
It's basically hardtack water and pork grease.
Now, what exactly is hardtack? Because I kind of know, but I kind of don't.
It's basically like really hard bread.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Huh.
so hard you couldn't eat it dry. You had to have some sort of liquid.
Gotcha.
I mean,
That
my
seems like a really strange thing to make, unless that like somehow made it more like made it keep longer. I don't know
yes,
why anyone
Yeah,
would do that.
yeah, it was for storage. Basically, they took flour, water, maybe some salt, and turned into this really hard thing.
Hmm. Well, that was one thing I often wondered about once I first heard about it. Is like people would preserve meat by just like covering it in salt, and I'm sitting there thinking, at what point was that ever edible again? Like you'd have to what make soup out of it, I guess, right?
pretty much.
I mean,
Because
it's not like you just take that big salt covered slab of beef and make a steak out of it. At least I don't think you could.
I
I mean, wouldn't
think
it be fairly ruined for eating as a steak rather than, say, like stew filler?
think it had more salt than even I could have eaten.
Yeah.
Would have been basically really salty beef jerky.
Mm-hmm. You know, I have to, like, I remember there was a class about, like, Native American culture when I was in school, and they gave us this stuff. It's not beef jerky, it's pemmican, and I kind of liked it. It was like Native American jerky, not made out of Native Americans, made by them, but, it was, I think I actually liked it better than beef jerky, you see.
Moo.
Pemmican.
No one else
Pemmican
knows
recipe.
pemmican?
Never
What?
had it.
No? But have you heard of it?
Nope.
Ah. I have to admit, if someone just said, like, okay, here's the word pemmican, what do you think it is? And if I didn't guess some sort of weird off breed of pelicans, I actually think like pemmican. It sounds like it sounds sort of like a toothpaste or something. Are you brushing with pemmican? Nah, I'm using Crest or Colgate.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably where I would have gone with it if I didn't know what it was. It just has a toothpaste sound to it to me.
Well,
Probably something like medicinal, one of those like tastes like road tar, but it whitens your teeth kind of deals.
there you are. Yeah, allegedly, let's see. Dried meat, dried berries, and tallow.
Doesn't sound bad.
And allegedly keeps for 1 to 5 years.
Nice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Might have to start
Actually, it,
making
it
this.
startles me how expensive things like beef jerky and Slim Jims are.
Oh, my uncle had this beef jerky on his boat. He did like charter fishing,
Hmm?
and he had took this one guy out. He's sitting there telling him like, "Here, try some of this. This is some of the best jerky I ever had." He was like, "Do you know who I am?" The guy took him out. Was like, "No, well, yeah, you're Jack, right? Yeah, I'm Jack. Jack Links."
No, God. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, imagine that, going to get this, the best thing I ever had. You gotta try, dude. It's me.
Yeah.
That's gotta be flattering. You know.
Well, it wasn't his jerky. It was somebody else who, in fact, his Jack said, "Okay, if you throw that overboard, I'll give you jerky for life."
Okay.
Apparently, he didn't throw it overboard. It's not that good of a jerky.
Hmm.
I think I would have thrown it overboard.
I mighta. I mighta. I don't know. Or oh, what was the other one I was thinking of? Like if you well, I guess you can't do this now because bands are all on video, video kill the radio star and all that. But I seem to remember that story about like a bunch of musicians. It was like Buddy Holly and a bunch of other people went to a concert and they showed up and they said we're the band and they're like, no, you're not. The band's black. They're like, no, dude, it's us. That really is. We are that. And they're like, really? Because no one had ever seen them before. They only heard their voices, right? So it's like I don't know. I wonder if it would be something similar where you get a recording artist who shows up, and you're like, dude, I've been listening to this song. It's so great. Have you heard it? And they're like, dude, that's me singing. Just because you'd never seen them, you wouldn't necessarily know that was the person. But now that's not possible because we have everyone on video.
Yeah.
And it is true, like every musician is good looking now. I'm sure there's some really ugly musical geniuses out there who never get their shot because they won't look good on stage.
Well, the ugly ones tend to do the writing.
Yeah, but I don't think that's fair. I mean, what if there's someone out there with like the best voice ever, but a complete butterface? Are we really gonna say nah? Really?
Like that one girl in that I think it was Britain's Got Talent.
I wouldn't know.
It's like so kind of looks really homely. It's like really great voice.
I have no idea who you mean. I've never watched the show, which is why.
I've only seen clips on YouTube.
Oh. Well, I don't know who you mean, so.
Moo.
Yeah. Ugh. I suppose at some point I really should just, go make real food and not nosh on these pretzel things.
I intend to make some food at some point.
Xander hears the crinkling of the pretzel bag and thinks it's for him.
Well, I guess I've already had my food-like substance for the day.
Carved up a hobo, did you?
Nope.
No, I'm not interested. Xander is so giving me this look like, I heard food crinkles. Why does this bag not smell like kitty treats? He seems quite put out by it. He's trying to shove his head into the bag from the side of it. Xander, you can't get in there that way, and you don't want what's in there anyway. He looks betrayed. Oh. I don't know what that was that just happened between the cats, but they seem to be getting along.
Oh no, something's going wrong.
No,
We're plotting.
going quite right. I mean, if Xander and Columbia aren't taking swipes at each other, if they're starting to be family, that's good.
They're plotting against you.
I don't know. They look pretty lazy. And the only time Columbia runs is either when she's being fed or Xander's chasing her. Or I want to take her to the vet.
Yeah.
So, someone needs to start being less boring. Or at least less silent.
Or something. I don't know.
Well, maybe it is time to go get lunch. It is quite a good afternoon as it is anyway.
Yeah, it's nearly 1,700 hours. Well, let's see. This clock that doesn't know how to tell time is telling me that it's almost 9 p.m.
Well, right here it claims to be almost 2 p.m.
Moo.
Yeah. Yeah, it always knocks me out when someone says, oh, yeah, it happened at 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, as opposed to 9 a.m. in the evening, dumbass?
Right, right.
I don't know.
Well,
I suppose dumbass is unwarranted, but Captain Redundant is kind of a mouthful.
oh, just like pin number.
ATM machine.
Yeah, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have to admit, I'm pretty darn careful about those. I screw it up from time to time, but usually when I'm just a little distracted. But I am pretty careful about those.
Burger King releasing a Pride Whopper.
Oh,
Is
jeez.
it a rainbow colored burger?
Doesn't look rainbow colored. They just have
What
it on a
about
rainbow.
fries?
Looks like they just have it on the rainbow colored background.
That's it?
That's it. Lettuce, tomato, onion,
Yeah, but
pickles.
what Uber is doing now is when I order up a car, they have a map, and they show you where the car is in relation to you and the whole bit like that. And usually the cartoon car is the color that the car will be when it shows up. This month they're showing rainbow cars. And
Oh,
it's
okay. I
like,
see
what?
I see what it is. It's two tops of the bun and two bottoms of the bun in together.
So they're making a statement about BDSM with tops and bottoms?
Uh, it's Pride, so I guess it's same,
Same-sex burgers or
yeah,
whatever.
same sex
Yeah.
burgers, I guess.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean some burgers have two tops and some burgers have two bottoms, and
Yeah, it looks like it.
I mean that's an interesting gimmick, but
It's all gimmicks. Bleh.
there's a lot of like the sort of corporate pouring yourself out to these interests things.
Yeah,
Like
that's basically
there's
all it
nothing
is.
about like AT&T that I see. There's nothing about AT&T that screams gay pride. I mean, I'm glad you support LGBT people, but you're only putting yourselves out there for the money.
Mm-hmm.
For the free advertising because you're in a parade. Like, I mean, I don't know. If they were sincerely pro LGBT and not just
Yeah,
conveniently pro LGBT, I'd be a lot more impressed.
yeah. I don't know. I kind of find the whole just doing it for the money and not actually supporting the cause to be kind of off-putting.
To put it mildly, or to off put it mildly.
I wonder how many of the places that are doing this whoring out are also donating to anti-queer politicians and shit like that.
Yeah, kind of like what Disney did.
Yeah.
Frickin' Disney. Oh, Cinder. Idiot. Like, I start wrapping up this pretzel, like the bag of pretzels, and he takes this flying leap at my knee with his claws out, and I'm wearing some very thin bottoms. So,
They heard crinkling That means treats, right?
Tayo korostu.
And I have to admit, the urge to torture my kitties by just crinkling bags and watching them run is difficult to, to resist. I'm just saying. Right, Sander? Right, Columbia? Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Oh, who's getting petted? Yes, you are. You're getting petted. Come here, buddy. Oh, there you are. He is a tenacious little kitty. When there's something he wants, it is so difficult to divert him. I think perhaps the word I'm looking for is willful. Isn't that right? Aren't you willful? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Come here, buddy. Oh.
Ew.
Oh, you should see the looks on their faces right now. Ow! Sander, ow! That hurt you, little bastard. Sander, see this? See this? Go! No, Columbia. Oh, no, Sander, you got both of them? Oh, you little brat. All right, hold on. Here, ow! That hurt. Columbia. Oh, Sander, you stole that one too. All right, Columbia, come over here. I owe you 4 because Xander keeps taking yours. All right, there you go. Ugh, Xander, you little greedy guts. He keeps stealing your sister's food.
My son Kanye used to do that to my cockatiel.
I suppose it's all right. Like, she keeps stealing his wet food anyway. And now Xander's looking at me like, why isn't there more?
Remember, the cockatiel got fed up with it once when the sun conure went over to the bowl I was holding with her bird seed in it. He sticks his head in, starts eating it, and he just bops him on the head. And since she has like no force behind her pet hacking, he just kind of looked up at her like, "What was that?"
Yeah. Yeah, we're out of shit to talk about, aren't we?
Moof beef. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's probably time to
Yeah.
probably time to moo.
Yeah, it's getting pretty close to chicken tending time.
At the very least, I can make a bowl of pudding and have that for dinner.
But did you eat your meat?
Oh, how can I have any pudding if I don't eat my meat?
I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
You haven't listened to any Floyd, have you?
I don't know who Floyd is. I'm
Pink,
sure you're going to say Pink Floyd, but
Pink
if there's a
Floyd,
man
yes.
named Floyd, what about William Lloyd Floyd? You don't know William Lloyd Floyd, do you?
Easy my not to that to thinking to making, no.
Yeah. He's the dude who has that brass potato from the moon.
Get a sota pachani.
Yeah, I know. It sounds crazy pants, and it totally is because it's from a kid's book. Never mind.
Da coração becado.
Mm.
What do all of you think out there, the 5 of you who are left?
Oh, look at you, Columbia. Oh.
I am very impressed, by the way, and very thankful that I think we had 12 at one time today. That is very nice. That warms the cockles of my heart. And,
The subcockle area.
yeah, huh?
The hell's a? Well, I know what a cockle is with regard to sea life, but what the hell's the cockle of a heart?
Isa, my noto knowing.
Not worth it. Not worth it. I want to go. So, have fun, everybody. I'm gonna yeah.
And I'm going to thank everyone who's here, and I'm going to thank everyone who's not here. And I'll say, you guys keep me going, and I hate you all for it.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my! But really and truly, thanks a whole lot. This is a good thing, and if you guys like this, could you spread the word, please, and get people here on a continuing basis, and we'll try to make it worth it, and try to put smiles on your faces and edify you and all sorts of good things. And if by any chance you happen to have the wherewithal and the inclination, could you toss me $1 or $2 on Patreon and make it a little easier for me to get back and forth to dialysis, at least until July, and then we'll see what happens from there. Okay. And how about, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Catch you like the play.
Bye.